On a ship where stars doth roam, he sails through glittering night, with a gold heart yet alone. Against the dark he fights. Jolly Roger overhead, compass made of ancient lore. He seeks treasure never dead, truth hidden in the core. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, through the fog he cuts so bold. And sky this pirate rides, with a heart spun out of gold. Sirens sing their haunting song, galaxies in waves unfold. Deep in caverns dark and long, jewels and secrets hold. Maps drawn in celestial link lead to worlds unknown and wild. In his chest a portal links dreams and stars of a child. Golden heart, oh fearless guide, Fast black void, stars explode, warriors fight, blood will flow, cosmic rage, steel will flash, streets giants fall, heroes dash, winged beasts, fire ablaze, serpents in space, feel the pain, lasers blaze, scales are torn, ragtag crew, battles sworn. Galactic storm, slayers rise, through the void, killer thrive. Killer cries, dragons flow, might display, heroes born, legends made. Stardust trails, endless night, weapons gleam, ready to fight. Beasts roar, echoes loud, victory near, crew is proud, heroes mass, winged beasts, fire rains, serpent to space, feel the pain, serpent to space, heroes now, heroes proud. Unleash fury, metal will, galaxy, they bend to well. Master back, dolphin fight, dragons crush, endless fight. Acid bone, dragons weep, space coldness, death so deep. Warriors dead, never cease, galactic beast, by force released. By force released. Stardust trails, endless night, weapons clean, ready to fight. Beasts roar, echoes loud, victory near, crew is proud, unleash fury, metal will, galaxy, they bend to well. Master back, conflict might, dragons crush, endless fight. Acid bone, triggers loud, victory near, crew is proud, unleash fury, metal will, galaxy, metal will, galaxy, that's so deep, world's bound. Proud. Lost road. No will, galaxy.
Greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. That's right, boys. We have returned. Yes, indeed, my friends. I forgot one important thing. I forgot to brush my hair. So yeah, I decided to sleep in, and so there's not going to be any news articles today. We're going to jump right into some Star Trek Resurgence. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and look at the tracker, folks, and see how Tango's sleep is doing. How about we do that? Oh my goodness. I actually have a decent one. I didn't get shit for deep sleep, but that's okay. I actually slept. Yeah, so my son wasn't making any noise at 2 o'clock this morning, and so I was just like, or at 1 o'clock this morning, I was just like, fuck it, I don't want to get up. Because one of the things that my meds do is the stuff that I've been taking is it makes me really drowsy when I get up, so it's really hard to force myself to get out of bed. Anywho, enough of my fucking problems. How about we solve some other people's problems? That's right. We got some Xeno scum we need to purge. I mean, we have alien races that we need to negotiate treaties between. On that note, my friends, it's time once again for us to join together in the most glorious of Kumbaya. It's called the simultaneous sip, and all you got to do, my dudes, is grab that cup of marker glass, perhaps you have a tankard, chalice, or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, a flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. I like, that's right, it's the morning coffee. Deliciously, magnificently Tango made. So join me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupinosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is the simultaneous sip. It's happening right freaking now. Go! I need to turn that back up. Music's a little loud for the kiddos because it's in the middle of the night, but man, I love listening to it. I can't believe it's getting so good, dude. That it actually sounds better than a lot of other stuff that I've listened to in my life. That way. Anywho, my dudes, my bros, my homies. It is time we hop back in. Now, unfortunately, I stopped. I didn't know how the game saved, but apparently it saves at chapter points, which sucks that you can't just save it. I guess because they don't want you like doing like they don't want you to save scum. I think that's what this is. It's either that or it's just their choice. I was like, why is my chair so big? And it's like, no, it's chair's right there. Also, Akhenaten, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Wow. Hey, boys. Here it is. Let's go. So we're gonna replay this chapter, I guess, because it literally starts right here. We're just gonna make basically the same decisions. I do want to see what happens if I don't choose. I think there's only one thing I want to see about changing is the binary choice they gave me. They're bad at coding save function. Not everyone can do it as good as Larian. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, I like having save functions
Ambassador
in the middle of
Spock,
dialogue.
Captain Solano, welcome to Hotari. We are honored you've come. My name is Tylos Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
The honor is ours, and this is Commander Jara Rydick, first officer aboard the USS Resolute. You'll find she has a keen mind and unique insight into the dynamics between the Hotari and the Lydians.
Does she already know the captain? I didn't catch this.
We're honored to be here.
They
as
don't even introduce the
representatives of
captain
Federation.
or Spock
I'm so
himself.
glad.
These must be the representatives of the mighty Federation,
I guess
the
we
reigning
know.
authority in the galaxy. Or so we've been led to believe. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But either way, we're grateful you've made the time to come to our little corner of the universe.
And you are?
This is Galvin, and this is Citron, the heroes of the revolt in the mines.
I will say this, they definitely made these guys look cooler than these
Let's
guys.
hope this is the last time we ever have to come here.
If you'll excuse me.
It is one of those things, man. It's like they made
I think we're about to begin.
they made the oppressors all haughty and shit. It's like,
Did you hear the arrogance from
something.
that guy? I don't know what we're walking into here, but that guy was something.
That may be true. But let's keep an open mind going into the negotiations. Hopefully he's just one voice amongst many.
Then let's hope he's the outlier.
The Hotari have invited us as their guests, so we must show them the proper respect.
or maybe just every game with aliens needs to look fornicatable. Well, yeah, no. What I meant is that the game, the people who made the game, the artists, are using. It does appear that they are also using aesthetics to mold your opinion. That's the best way to put it. The Hotari, the big, broad, oppressed ones. I like when I look at them, I sympathize. I feel like I empathize with them more because they look more like something like an aesthetic that I want to be, right? Whereas the other chuckle fucks, they do not look like an aesthetic that I want to be, and I think that's probably. I would assume that my initial like response to that is probably the point, right? It's that even though they got shit on their face just like the blue dudes, it's not nearly as, it doesn't turn me off as much, right? I think if they didn't have all that splotchy shit all over their face, they might be more beautiful, relatively speaking. But just aesthetically, what I'm talking about is the dichotomy between the two. One makes me sympathize with one over the other simply because they look better, because I have a monkey brain, right? And there is a point to the whole fornicatable thing. I will absolutely put that in there. Yeah, I mean there is, but that's not. See, that's the thing is like this kind of entertainment. This is why I love Star Trek video games, because they don't have to pander. I'm actually gonna say this. I'm actually gonna say it. Are you ready for it? They don't pander to the male gaze. As dumb as that sounds, as stupid as I feel saying it, it actually, I think, made Star Trek worse, because they had to take, in the TV shows, they had to take consideration of the fact that sex sells, right? And so you will sell more stuff if you have sex in it, 100%. And so if you make it like titillating, like, you know, 7 of 9, or, what was her name? The Vulcan from Enterprise. God, I cannot remember her name at the moment. Anyway, but they were very attractive females, right? And specifically 7 of 9, they, you know, made her wear a bodysuit and padding to make her look even more curvaceous than she was. And T'Pol, the Vulcan on the Enterprise, as well as several other of the female characters, were also fairly attractive, and they used that attraction in the show where they were doing like the decontamination scenes. They would literally be rubbing each other with like medicine. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, it's fine to have the mechanic, but you didn't have to show it in such great detail like every other episode, right? And that was the reason that they did that, was because it attracted people who might not watch it, but if they put hot women touching each other on it, they might tune in, right? That kind of deal. It felt stupid, but that's what it was. And the TNG did this too. Fucking Star Trek, the original series, also did it. Like, this is what happens when you have to make something that appeals to a mass audience and also has something that's cerebral. Whereas a lot of the video games, they don't necessarily need the titillation, because if you're not probably going to play a Star Trek game unless you're interested in Star Trek. So you've already been filtered out. So the only thing you need to make a Star Trek video game for are people who are interested in Star Trek. And if it's a really fucking good game, then you might get other people involved, right? And then having a little titillation on top of that is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, none of these people are overly unattractive, right? Most of them are relatively beautiful specimens of the human species, right? They're not grotesquely ugly, or, you know, the Vulcans as well are, you know, relatively aesthetically pleasing. This is just something that we like looking at pretty things. Humans do. That's just the way it is. And I do believe that the artists who drew up this story are using that to mold our opinion. I'm sorry I went on that fucking rant, but I didn't really think about it that way, but I really do believe that it did make the TV shows not as good, because they had to do that. It didn't make them as good Star Trek. Let me rephrase that. Stupid, sexy Spock. Dude, Rosie, I'm telling you, man, like back in the day, women loved Spock. Like, it was an actual thing. And Gene Roddenberry did a lot of testing with the ears and how they were aesthetically pleasing toward women, and it worked very well. I was actually blown away, because when you read the book, Leonard Nimoy's books, I Am Not Spock and I Am Spock, he goes into great detail about it. It's pretty fucking cool. About how you can use human psychology and how we perceive the world to skew someone's opinion. I mean, how many sci-fi shows have been doing this, where you have these bug-ass aliens that look all fucked up and they're all scary looking, but they're the actual peaceful ones who want to make fucking, you know, they want to do trade and all this other stuff, and it's the guys who look like us who are the bad guys, right? Like this is a super common trope, right? This is just a more subtle form of that trope, where they're not bug-eyed fucking aliens from your nightmares. They're actually just, you know, normal humanoids that look more like us than they don't, and so on. So yeah, we're gonna Captain is such a slime ball. Like, that's just, I just get that feeling every time he does something, that the writers are just like, you should not like this guy. You really shouldn't.
Ambassador Spock, welcome to Holtari Prime.
Oh man, like that got to be
The
a
honor
captain
is
of a starship.
mine,
Is beyond
Your
me.
Majesty.
That the Federation would send one of their most respected representatives is not only an honor to the Hotari people and their queen, but a recognition of our stature and importance.
Let's get on with it, shall we? With all due respect to the Federation and their ambassador, they have no authority here. We are not members of their alliance. We are not subject to their rule, nor yours. We demand the immediate return of all mining operations to Elydian control, as it has been for centuries and will be for centuries more. That has always been our understanding.
That understanding has changed.
Then you invite war.
And if you cannot remain silent, you will be silenced. But his point is well taken. What is the Federation's interest in this matter? Perhaps you would have us trade one oppressor for another?
The Federation remains neutral. Our only
find that so
interest
stupid.
is the peaceful resolution of this
Oppressor,
conflict.
like,
We are here at
we'd let
your
you just
request,
keep all
Your
the mines
Majesty.
and just help you learn how to run it.
For now.
And then just
I'm trying to keep an
Give it
open
to you.
mind here, but it's not easy. I thought they wanted us here.
Was there something you wanted to say, Captain?
Oh, no. My apologies.
And what about the Kobliad?
She's not
She
part
can
of...
speak for herself, can't she? Then let her.
yeah, it's weird that she like I was like, okay, maybe the first step, but like walking all the way up, kind of weird. Trying to be dramatic is what it is.
Now then, what is your name?
Commander Jara Rydek, Your Majesty.
Nice mustache.
Being
though,
a
thanks.
Kobliad, you would know better than anyone. Your people suffered brutal treatment at the hands of the Cardassians. Their injustice towards the Kobliad is as unimaginable as it is unforgivable. Not unlike how we have been treated by the Elydians.
As much as they'd have you believe they are the victims here, remember it was the Hotari who attacked us. Hundreds of innocent Elydians were slaughtered without mercy in those mines.
The blood is on their hands, not ours.
Quiet! If after all the Kobliad suffered, you finally had the chance to right that wrong, to get out from under their control, would you take it? Or would you negotiate a peace?
We're going with the same thing except the binary.
I can't speculate on something that never happened, Your Majesty. Sadly,
Yeah, and
that
it is really
opportunity
sad.
never came for the Kobliad.
That they gave such a magnificent
No.
mustache to such a slime
Did
ball.
not.
But that might be the
But
point.
we'd be wise to learn from their example before we too find ourselves facing extinction. The Federation is the most powerful, most advanced alliance in the galaxy. It's widely known we have an abundance of dilithium in our mines. And it's in your interest to secure a steady supply.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Ambassador Spock would have us believe you're here as a neutral party in the interest of peace. So why are you really here? I want the truth, not your Federation rhetoric.
It's technically not my place to say, but they did say to do this, right? They
It's
gave me
possible
permission.
the Federation has an interest in both peace and securing a steady source of dilithium.
I have
One does
permission.
not preclude or prevent the other. But that's just my personal opinion.
Given the Federation has done business with the Elydians for decades.
I also find it asinine that she used the thing where, are we just going to trade one oppressor for the other? It's like, motherfucker, you know who the Federation is. You give such clout to being the most powerful force in the galaxy. and you know their literal, like, fucking thing is helping people. Like, the whole thing is just one fucking hippie chuckle fuck of we're gonna help everybody and we're all gonna fucking live in a glorious kumbaya together. Like, that is the whole thing. And it's so funny because most of them live it. That's the crazy thing, right? And yet people still think it's propaganda. But Garrick knows, dude. Quark knows. They know it's real. And that's why the Federation is the most insidious empire to have ever existed. Because it conquers you through acquiescence. Yep.
I would agree. It's entirely possible, if not highly likely.
What they haven't said but cannot deny is a simple...
All right, so what happened there? Spock thought performed well under pressure when being questioned. Okay. And what does the captain think? Handled the complex situation well as could be expected when the heart... Okay, cool. We're doing fine. Okay, we don't need to worry about that. Let's back up. Oh, no, don't exit the game.
truth. The dilithium trade would not and will no longer exist without a Lydian involvement.
That's another thing I don't understand why they say that. It's because if it's in Hutari territory and they've been running the mines already, what other than the original technology and the technology that they currently have to run it would preclude the Hotari from just running it themselves, right? Especially if they were to, sign a treaty with the Federation for, a little bit of the lithium here and there, and we just teach them how to use all of it and upgrade their equipment. I don't... maybe like a 5-year deal, you know what I'm saying? So if they want to reevaluate after a certain amount of time, they're free to do whatever they want. That way, we're not... No pressure, right? Is this, or really, is it just, I'm an autistic nerd overanalyzing everything and they're just politicians who are posturing? That's probably what it's got to be. It's got to be what it is. Got to be what it is. I wish they would fucking not do that. The escape button should not make you exit the game. It should fucking turn off. Yeah, anyway.
We created it for the benefit of everyone, especially the Hotari. We've given them warp technology. We've let them share in the profits. We've made their lives infinitely better than before dilithium was discovered. All of that goes away if the Federation turns a blind eye to their treachery.
That is enough of your lies! The Hotari are quite capable of running the mines. We've done so for centuries. So tell me, who deserves control of the dilithium trade and the mines on Tau? Who should the Federation recognize? The Hotari or the Alydians?
This is the binary. Because what I would never choose either one of them. This is the wrong answer.
Both.
I would refuse because of the binary. I would just say no. Fuck, it makes you choose. I was hoping that it would get to this point and it would just, there would be a hidden third option where you refuse to acknowledge it, because the binary question is stupid. It really is, and you should be able to answer without doing the binary. This is what's called a trap. And the problem is that it feels like the devs just want you to fall into the trap, so you have to pick one, when the reality of the situation is that you can reject the reality of the binary and substitute your own reality for this, because there is no binary. When you're dealing with sentient beings, I would say humans, but that's not what we're dealing with here, right? When you're dealing with sentient beings, there is no such thing as a binary, because we are infinitely complex in an infinite number of ways. And right, and even though we may be aligned on certain things, like the Hotari may all be aligned on the fact that they feel like they're oppressed, there may be others who don't feel that way, right? Because it may be over-exaggerated, right? That could entirely be a thing, right? Propaganda goes both ways, don't it? And so, like, imagine you have bad actors in the Hotari who have basically spent years propagandizing their people about how oppressed they are and basically spreading communism, right? That whole nine deal. And so that basically that any action taken against your oppressor is okay. So you can kill hundreds of them, and that's okay. You're morally correct because they were oppressing you. But imagine that it wasn't true, that was propaganda spread and instilled in at least a small portion of the population, so that they would do the dirty things and rebel, and then help seize power. And what if the rest of the Hotari aren't really necessarily on board with it? They don't really maybe they think the rebels have a point about a few things, that they're not getting such a good deal as the Altarans say they are, but that they're not like the Cardassians, right? Like the Cardassians are space fascists. That's exactly what they are. That hands down, they are the quintessential, like their actual like government and the way everything's run in their government is how fascists would run the government. They are the fascist empire. Like the founders are Nazis, technically. The difference is, the only problem is that they're not really Nazis, because their government is made up of an oligarchical structure of like the changelings are at the top. So you could say it's like one amalgamous life form that's a dictator, but I don't think so. Cole and Kim are fascists. There's a show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians. And there's a meme of like, a show I'd really watch? Keeping Up with the Cardassians. About Gul Dukat and freaking Garrick from Star Trek DS9. That would be a good show. That'd be a good show. By the way, Garrick became president of the Cardassian Union, by the way. Yep, sure did. In the book timelines. But anyway, so it could be that, so you literally could have the possibility that the Hotari population was completely blindsided by this bullshit rhetoric. Because imagine you have, like I said, it's basically like the communist uprising in Russia, where you have a small rebellion group that is bent on political domination at all costs, and they propagandize everybody around them that they could get their hands on to believe that the Altarans are actually oppressing them, when more than likely it's just they're doing a Ferengi thing where they're taking advantage of them, as in they're not giving them like a fair cut of the profits, that kind of deal. And they're not giving them, a fair cut of the tech that they promised, right? That kind of thing, where they're being trashy and they're being shitty, but they're not like brutally oppressing them, right? They're not the Cardassians. They're not space fascists. They're Space Bank of America, right? Where they're not a terrorist organization. They're not fascist. They're just shitty corpos who want to make as much money as possible, right? And so we'll use every rule and bound within the law to extract as much money from you as possible, right? And so you could have the rest of the Hotari population that are completely not on board with this, but many of them are sympathetic enough because they do know that the Altarans have been taking advantage of them, right? And that they've used that taking advantage to turn it into oppression, and that oppression to be like, well, any action we take against our oppressors is morally right. So if we kill hundreds of them, oh well, too bad. They shouldn't have been oppressing us, right? And it could be the same from the Altaran side, where the Altarans don't want to oppress the Hotari, but you have a small class of individuals, either in political power or it's the corporation that's involved here. It could be, right? Where they are oppressing the Hotari brutally, in fact, just like space fascists would. But they're not space fascists. No. They're space corporatists. Remember Wayland Eutonics? Yeah, that could be what's going on, is that they have some type of separate entity like a corporation that is actually doing the oppression, and everybody at home in the Altaran system is just like, hey, we got this great treaty with these people. We gave them a bunch of tech. They mine some shit for us, and we get and we all get a cut of it. Sounds great. Great relationship. Sounds fine. And then you have the corpos abusing these individuals so they can make more and more money or get more and more power. And so eventually the rebels rebel and end up killing them. And then the corpos are able to use that to show that the Hotari are horrible fucking species and they just basically need to be subjugated, right? Like, this is why I say it's far more complicated than this thing is making it out to be. There is no binary here, because I've just laid out two scenarios on either side, and they could both be fucking true, dude. They could both be true at the same exact time. They do not preclude one another. So the queen and her rebel dude could be fucking, you know, communist subverts who are completely and utterly taking over the Hotari, and the Altaran assholes could be corpo shitheads who are oppressing and doing really bad things to the Hotari. Both could be true. How cool is that, right? So we're gonna go with the Hotari because that's what I did last time, and they won't let me reject the binary because, you know, it's a video game. So we're gonna.
If I have to choose only one, then it would have to be the Hotari.
Well said. How could the just and wise Federation make
Let's see the
any
fallout for this, shall we?
other choice?
This is an outrage. The Federation has lost all credibility.
Mines are ours, and Lydia will not be deterred. We will take back our mines by any means
Then
necessary.
you will see more blood spilled.
I am more than willing to address your concerns, Your Majesty. Yours as well, Representative. But I suggest we could have a more productive conversation with a smaller group. Perhaps only the most essential representatives.
I suppose there is some sense to that.
I gotta admit, I do like her face chains. I just wonder how she keeps it stuck to her nose. Like, did she like embed it in her face or something? Because you see the chains are dangling down here, but they're not dangling here. You would see it
I
like,
hope we meet
dangle
again,
from the forehead.
Jara Ryder.
And this is where I quit because I thought it would save it after that. Apparently not.
Spock and I will cover everything on the diplomatic front. You make nice with the locals and see if you can get some answers.
All right, let's see if any of this changed. That did not. Be expected. Okay, he's still on the docking clamps. Docking clamps. I really like this, by the way. Like, they did a really good job with this system. I love this. This is what adventure games have needed for a long time. Is stuff like this, where you have people you interact with, and they have their own personalities, the things that they like, the things that they don't, and there's conflict between you based on your choices. And you can see it in a gamified fashion. At least it explains to you how they feel about you based on those choices, right? I really like this. I really do like this system. And imagine how amazing this system could be if they had like a chat GPT kind of AI thing going on, where not literally, but what I mean to say is that they could offer like a multitude more choices for you to make, and each individual person has their own personality like matrix, and then you have an AI base a response on that personality matrix, the things they like, the things they don't, the things they respect, the things they don't, and that way you could have like more characters, more dialogue, and more choices that aren't necessarily pre-programmed, right? That would be really cool. That'd be really cool. Okay. No, don't quit.
We need to find out why the Hotari are so willing to risk war.
I'm thinking
What
commie
happened to those
sympathizers.
mines?
I'm thinking commie sympathizers. Yep. Speak with members of each faction. All right. I have no idea why the gun is doing that, but he looks pimp as shit, dude. Like, all he needs is a cape, and he'd be a fucking superhero, man. I think what it is the reason the Hotari, specifically for me, appeal to me aesthetically. Well, they really don't, but they do more than those guys. And I think it's just because they look muscular. I really do believe this. They look strong. 8-brain like strong. Strong together. You know what I mean? It's like, that's probably what it is. I imagine that The aesthetics that I don't like about the Altarans are more like if they were bulky, if they had a couple bulky dudes like this, I might not feel that way, right? Basically what I'm doing is I'm exploring my biases and why I have them. Because I find it very interesting that we have these kind of biases, and that casting or like having beautiful people in something tends to make people enjoy it more because we like looking at beautiful things. It also makes propaganda easier to make, if you understand that.
Soothing.
Man, I was really hoping for more on that one. More just like stand here and enjoy it kind of deal.
Such rough terrain. No wonder the Hotari are so tough.
Okay. I'm actually going to speak to her first. I know the game doesn't know this, but he interrupted her and I found that rude. So I'm gonna speak to her first. Give him the fucking finger.
Commander Rydek, I'm encouraged to see the Federation supporting my people. I'm afraid of what might happen without your help.
If anyone deserves thanks, it's Ambassador Spock. No one is more invested in negotiating a peaceful settlement to this conflict than he is.
And he's one of the few sentient beings you could absolutely say, through his almost 200 years of existence, that he has consistently chosen the path of peace over violence every single time. The reason I like Spock so much is not because of TOS. It's because of TOS, the movies, the books, TNG. This man is a paragon. If you want to know somebody that you should emulate, it's him. It's absolutely him. Now, the whole logical shit, that's a racial trait. Like don't go there. But he's not bad. Really not bad. Because as we all know, Spock has absolutely the ability to be utterly and viciously violent if he chose to. He just chooses not to 99.99999% of times. And in fact, I was wondering about how to balance Vulcans in a Star Trek style, like first-person shooter where you can have melee. Because Vulcans, like Romulans, are like damn near twice as strong as humans. They are really strong and fairly tough and really quick. They're tougher than humans, and by like I'd say like 50%, right? But they're damn near twice as strong, and they're really fucking fast and agile because they've got that strength, and if you trained it, you know, that's what you are. And the funny thing is it's because of their racial trait. Almost all of them are non-violent individuals. So the vast majority of them do not actually train in lethal combat tactics. Most of the combat that they train in is like meditational martial arts kind of stuff, right? And so they can do violence, and some of them are very good at it. Tuvok being another good example, who had literally trained to be violent his entire fucking Starfleet career, right? Which is great because he's really fucking good at it, which is what you'd want in somebody that would choose a more non-lethal option, right? Is the ability to not be able to do that. And so one of the ways that I thought about doing that was making it to where they do like when they're trying to do lethal damage, it's hard for them to commit to that. And so they do like less damage lethally against like actual flesh versus armor and shields and stuff like that. And they gain bonuses to when they fire things, they gain bonuses to like looking for or hitting like your weapons or equipment rather than the person themselves. I thought about that. I thought that was a pretty good one.
I'm so glad. We need his help before the situation escalates further than it already has. It's been very trying.
If I were a Vulcan, I'd be so racist toward
humans. For the first time in our history,
I mean, they kind of are.
Have the upper hand.
They kind of really are.
We see ourselves as strong instead of downtrodden. New voices have risen up. Old voices shouted down. Galvin and Sidron have become national heroes. Now they have the Queen's ear. better or worse, depending on your perspective.
I get the sense you don't exactly trust them.
They're miners, not diplomats. I don't trust their instincts, which are leading us to war.
Got it. Fair enough.
My fear has been that the Illidians will launch an attack and crush us. You've seen their starship, no doubt. They could have retaken the mines whenever they wanted to, but it never happened.
But why? Is it because they're good people?
And as strange as this may sound, I'd almost say they're afraid. I just don't know what they're afraid of. It's still the same bluster and bravado you would expect from them. But it has no teeth. Like they're afraid of what might happen.
Was it for fear of the repercussions, once the Federation became part of the equation?
Possibly. But I almost want to say this was from the very start. Before engaging the Federation was even on the table.
What I will say about Vulcans being racist to humans is that they absolutely are. Most of them really are. But it's not really racism, and I want to tell you why. The vast majority of Vulcans see humans as proto-Vulcans. I'm not even joking. One of the things that you learn in Star Trek Enterprise is that a lot of Vulcans see humans as what the Vulcans used to be like before they committed to the teachings of Sarek and logic and all that other shit to suppress their emotions, right? That's how they see us. And they were extremely dangerous and almost killed themselves, which is why they're so hesitant to just let humans do human things. Funnily enough, half the time when humans do a lot of stupid shit, I've literally heard Vulcan and Tellarites and Andorians all agree. Why? Why are you mad at the humans? You know how they are. They're going to be human. You give them a mystery, they're going to try to solve it. What the fuck did you expect? How can you be mad at them? It's so funny. It's so funny when they do it. And funnily enough, it's a premier part of the Book of Rashanar, the book I based the like game idea that I had on, where they're literally making excuses as to why the humans acted the way they did. It was like, well, what are you talking about? You have their entire history. This is what they do. Oh, I don't know why it's so funny to me, man. I don't know. Yes, they are space elves, and they're great. They're great ones. Oh God, I can't stop doing that. All right, here we go.
Since the day of the revolt, Galvin has seized control of the mines and restricted all access. No one's allowed without his personal authorization.
Ooh, they found
They've
something.
taken over a section of the palace with just as much secrecy and security.
They found something. That's why the Altarians are scared. That's why they won't let anybody into the mines. They found something down there. Somebody dug too deep.
I'm told it could be something they brought back from the mines. I've made inquiries, but everyone pretends it doesn't exist.
No, I didn't pre-watch
I
this.
strongly suspect they're hiding something.
3. We're going 3.
Are you sure of this?
It's been the talk of the palace since the day of the revolt.
How can we know?
I'd better see what's happening.
Do you think you can find out what they're hiding? I need to see proof of something before I can make my case to the Federation.
And you know what really sucks? I'm really mad. I'm really fucking mad. They spoiled this in the trailer. They actually did. And I'm really mad about it.
I can try, but even if I found it, I might not know what to make of it.
Take this. You can use it to capture whatever you find, and then send it to me.
Did I just give her a tricorder? Okay, yes, that's what it is. Nice.
Thank you. I will let you know what I find. And I look forward to our meeting again.
Fantasy and alien races are ill-suited to racism analogies anyway. I would disagree. They actually allow us to explore racism in a way that's more non-contentious than exploring actual race relations in the way they are today. because mainly you can't get a lot of the nuance in with it because there's so much history, right? But this is why when Star Trek, the original series, dealt with racism, it was almost never racism amongst humans. It was always racism amongst either alien races or they were being racist toward humans and Vulcans and stuff like that. Like, even Dr. McCoy, who literally used racial insults towards Spock, was not considered necessarily a bad thing because he was just being over-exaggerated. And they were friends, and that's how they talked to one another. And Spock did it back, just in a more, in a less backwoods white trash way. Let's just put it like that. McCoy was definitely cut from my ilk. That's for damn sure. And that's how they made his character. I mean, orcs are literally and actually the worst. Yes, because orcs do not represent black people. That is a retarded thing that fucking a bunch of racist progressives came up with. Because when they see orcs, they can't help but think of black people. And when they see goblins, they can't help but think of Jews, right? When they see Skaven, they can't help but think of Jews. Why? Because they're racists. Orcs are not black people. Orcs are anti-civilization. That's what they are. And if you think all black people are anti-civilization and are barbarians, then that makes you a racist, right? Orcs are just fungi and I like mushrooms on my pizza. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. But this might give you a little bit of indigestion, you know what I'm saying? And they're not fungus in D&D. Like, literally in D&D, they were created by two evil gods, right? And imbued with their evil. So that is why they are chaotic evil, right? They were created by, you know, an ancient god or whatever. I think but the thing about it is that they're still technically sentient beings. So if they were to reject their gods, right, then they could potentially change. So they are adding more moral ambiguity to the D&D setting, which I do appreciate. It's just, you know why they're doing it, right? I always thought that you could have actual civilized orcs. It just required a lot of effort. I didn't know we were talking about D&D. I missed the first half of it. Oh, no. We're talking about fantasy in general. So fantasy, sci-fi, all of them, right? What about Klingons who have like 3 livers because they're so violent? No, I don't think it's 3 livers. They have like 2 hearts and like 3 lungs. They have numerous redundancies from a biological principle called the Brachlol. Klingons have an 8-chambered heart, 2 livers, multiple stomachs, 3 lungs, even redundant neurological functions to give them incredible stamina to resist injuries that would be debilitating for humans. Their anatomy includes extensive and hardy skeletal structure with every organ having a backup, such as an extra set of kidneys and a secondary brainstem. For example, the Klingons have a backup synaptic networks in their nervous system, allowing them to grow a new spine, as was demonstrated when his spine was surgically removed and replaced with a transplant, genetically cloned new one. They also have 2 penises. So, yeah. 3 level sounds more for a cultural drug. Yeah. Well, basically, it's because Klingons evolved on Kronos, which is basically what you would describe as a death world. And they evolved from combat predators. Not we were pacing predators. You know, there are predators that are chase predators. There are pack predators. Well, Klingons were literally like battle predators, right? They viciously annihilated their prey and were armored to the fucking teeth. And so Klingons are a lot of their multiple organs and like their bone plate on the top of their head and the bones on their chest. They're all vestigials from that predator that they evolved from. Orcs were created as an evil entity in most old fiction, yes, either from the ground up, like Warhammer 40k, or by corrupting existing entities, LOTOR with Elder Scrolls. Yeah. And in D&D, they were created by evil gods to literally consume and destroy all civilization, be it elf, dwarf, or human. Right, that's like the whole point. So for you to say that they're allegories for black people would that you're literally saying that they were created by evil gods, right? If you say that for D&D, when it's like that's not the case. And even if you're not being literal, you're saying they did that because they were racist. It's like, but there's no proof of that, right? They needed something for the players to be able to kill and not feel bad about. That was the whole point. And the only thing you could kill and not feel bad about are entities literally created by evil gods meant to destroy all things. It's unambiguous that it is okay to fight such things. Everybody would agree. Even all the terrorist sympathizing assholes who are like America bad and all this other stuff, if literal fucking D&D orcs were invading Earth in their hometown, they would fight. You know they would. Anyway, moving on. But yeah, they absolutely can be used as allegories for. I'm actually gonna speak to these guys first too. Fuck that guy. And so it's not only just that, it's that you can explore more levels and intricacies of racism and sexism when you use fantasy races or sci-fi races, because it allows you to explore other cultures without stepping on anybody's toes. And as retarded as that sounds, it works better than the other way around, because it's just like when Dragon Age 3 put a transgender individual into their game, they did so and tried as hard as they could to square the circle to make it fit in the lore. And it kind of worked, right? It didn't necessarily work for the humans, but for the Kunari, they actually have a thing for this, because women can't be warriors. Like literally, if you're a woman, you are not allowed to be a warrior. So what happens if you're one of these individuals? Well, they just let you. you no longer become a woman. That's what they do, right? And it's basically because they live the truly communistic, fascistic life. It's literally just one of these things. It's like, oh, okay, well, now you're a man. Go on, and that's literally it, right? And so that's because they're very pragmatic with that kind of thing, just like sex. And so they wove it into the tapestry of the game as best they could, which is how you do it. That is the correct way to do it. And the problem is that all the activists called them pussies for it, which is why in Dragon Age 4 you've got some of the most ham-fisted fucking preachy soapbox fucking dialogue cringy shit you've ever seen, is because they are treating the individual watching it as essentially a toddler, right? Like, think about this. When I've been talking about this game, I don't just stop and rant about random shit. Like, I'm literally talking about the intricacies of like how you make decisions based on all of the things we're talking about in the game, right? And I know I'm an autistic nerd and I overanalyze everything, but I've seen normal people do this too, right? It's not just like it's a me thing, okay? So if you give people a chance to engage with the media, you will be surprised at how well they can, many of them. And that's a problem with a lot of the modern writing, is that they don't do that. They don't allow you to do that. They want you to tackle it with modern day themes, with modern day people, and they don't want it in the fantasy setting or the sci-fi setting. They want it in today. They want it now, in now setting. And the integrity of the art is irrelevant to them. Is irrelevant. And so like I said, it's much easier to do it in this way, because when you don't step on people's toes, because like here's the way it works. If you're tackling like a sensitive subject like racism, and you say something that is not necessarily offensive to someone, but is could make them feel a certain way negatively toward you, because you're tackling it in the modern day and you're not using the intricacies of all kinds of bullshit. When you do it as more like a theme and you're using an alien race that nobody has connection with, what that does is it allows you to turn off all that bullshit programming in your brain that makes you attack it or push back against it automatically, right? It's the effect where if you've already been convinced of something, it's really hard to convince you of something else that you've been tricked, right? It's really hard to convince you that you've been tricked by showing you evidence that you've been tricked. So if you how you get past all of that bullshit is you do it with a fantasy race. Because if you do it with a fantasy race, you can show people how fucked up it is to be racist. You can show people how fucked up it is to be sexist. You can show them how fucked up it is to be any of this shit. If you do it with an alien race, because all of the mechanisms that cause cognitive dissonance that would make you push back against any of the stuff about racism bad doesn't get activated. None of it turns on. All of your defenses, your shields come down, the phasers are off, you got no antivirus. It's just, it goes straight to the fucking brain, dude. And it turns off all of those filters. And that's why it works. That's why it makes people less racist. So when you see progressives pushing for them to say fuck art, put this shit in there, modern day politics all the way, they want more racists. That's what it'll create. Yep. Because you have to meet people where they are. And if you don't, you won't succeed. And that's what they're trying to do. They're basing what they want on ideology, not reality. As always. I don't think it works when you quantified racial differences in stats while using it as an analogy. Well, I completely disagree. Look at the difference between Vulcans and humans. Vulcans are stronger than humans. So if you had a stat spread, you would have Vulcans have a higher strength. How can you still not use a racial allegory with them based on how they treat us like children, especially in like Star Trek Enterprise, right? Where they were basically openly racist toward humans most of the time, treating us like children, like we're lesser than, all this other stuff, right? And humans the entire time are trying to buck off the Vulcan bullshit and prove their worth, as Archer did. And it took both of us to realize we were both being idiots about it, and we just needed to get the fuck along and get over it, right? Vulcans needed to stop treating us like children, and we needed to stop acting like petulant children, essentially. Because that's the thing, is I don't understand how these two preclude one another. Because if a species is on average stronger, this is just like saying men are on average stronger than women, right? That doesn't mean that every woman is weaker than every man. It means that if you took the average of both of them, then men are stronger, right? And so it's just like, so Vulcans will be the same way, except the average Vulcan is twice as strong as a normal human male. So even the female Vulcans are stronger than human males, right? But this doesn't preclude you being sexist to a Vulcan female, right? Or racist to her as well. Nor does it preclude her from being racist and sexist towards you, specifically. And so it stops being analogous and becomes something else. I disagree, because you're talking about quantifying like physical stats versus the idealistic portion that becomes like racial, right? Being stronger as a race is it's an immutable characteristic, right? So if Vulcans look down on humans for being weaker, they're being racist. Even though it's true, it doesn't matter. You should not look down, like that doesn't make us worth any less, right? We're still just as intelligent, right? In most instances, can be. So why would you do that? But what it does mean is that if you're having like Olympic style competitions and you have mixed races, Vulcans are going to be at the top of almost everything that requires strength and agility together, simply because they're stronger, unless you have a handicap for that, right? Because the thing about it is that I don't believe that just having a stat spread when you're talking about racial differences precludes anything else, right? It's because these are baseline stats. Just like if you were to have an orc in D&D, well, you're normally, or not an orc, half orc, you're going to be stronger than your average human. You start with bonus stats. Just like if you're a dwarf, you start with bonus con. But that doesn't mean that you are stronger than every human, right? Because if you don't put any more points in strength and you put it all in something else, well, there are going to be humans that are much stronger than you at some point. And the end stat, what about it? The average orc is dumber than the average human. But see, that's the thing, is that the reason this works is because it's not about skin color in human beings. It's about different species. That's number one. And two, it highlights the fact that even if your average orc is dumber, right? Does that mean that they're not a sentient being? Well, no, it doesn't. So that doesn't mean that they should have any that doesn't mean they should have any less moral value, right? Because that's what this is all about. It's not about your stats. Your stats are irrelevant. They're simply reality. The real question is, are you worth less in a moral sense because of one of your stat spread, because your stat spread is different? And the answer is no. Right? That's how you fix racism. The answer is no. You're not. So it doesn't matter if you're an orc with less intelligence and more strength. You are still a sentient being deserving of what we would call human rights, but you could say sentient rights, right? the things that we would describe that we would give to all humans if we ever met a sentient alien species. Well, of course, it's not only human rights now; it's sentient rights, or however the fuck you want to describe it, right? So there is a point where you could have a species that is somewhat sentient, where most of their individuals are so dumb that you would consider them non-sentient, where they're more ape-like in intelligence, and then you have a few in that species that exceed that. But again, you would take those exceptions, and then you would probably grant them the sentient rights that they deserve because of their level of intelligence and their level of self-awareness, right? It's like we don't hold animals morally culpable for the horrible things that they do, right? We absolutely don't. We may kill a lion if he eats a human, but only because that lion is now a man-eater, and we can't have that, right? That's a safety thing, so that's just not going to happen. But the lion is not guilty of murder for killing a human. The lion is hungry and wants to eat a human because it's hungry, because it eats meat, and we're a giant thing of walking meat, right? So again, I think that fantasy settings are one of the best places to handle this, because you turn off all the alarms, you turn off all the bullshit programming, all the propaganda, all the stupidity that humans program into their own brains that cause cognitive dissonance when you start talking about these things. When you use humans as an observer to aliens being racist to one another, or aliens being racist toward you, or humans being racist toward aliens, it allows you to explore racism without all the baggage that comes with human history. And it allows you to see how bad it is and why it's bad. And it allows you to explore these themes. Same with sexism, right? If a Vulcan woman is being sexist toward you because you're a human male and you're weaker than her, she's still being fucking sexist and racist, right? You could say speciesist, but we use them interchangeably because why not, right? All right, so let's see what this guy has to say. The Aldarian officer. I like how he doesn't have a name. Trying to tell me something, game? Trying to tell me something?
I'm probably not telling you anything you don't already know, but these negotiations rely on the Federation's neutrality, as does any hope you might have for a supply of dilithium in the future. So why you would choose to side with the Hotari escapes me. Without Lydian involvement, there is no dilithium trade. But clearly, you weren't aware.
We are and will remain completely neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution to this conflict.
As is ours. Of course, the question is, at what price?
Now he's speaking sense.
Major Salit Arminta, Special Attaché, Lydian Armed Forces. Pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Major?
I have my issues with the Hotari, but I have to give them some credit. They know how to seize an opportunity.
Okay, I like this guy.
Inciting an uprising the same day as a massive once-in-a-lifetime ion storm.
Our assumption was that this storm was just an anomaly.
Yes, a very convenient anomaly.
How very convenient.
At least that was what we were told.
It is interesting
Of course,
how his
I
back
wasn't
is to
there.
me, though.
But who am I to say otherwise?
You sound skeptical.
Well, the official story is that it was the storm that enabled the revolt. How else do a bunch of unarmed, unorganized miners seize control of an entire moon, much less thousands of mines? But I've talked to people who were there. They tell a different story. They say they're lucky to have escaped with their lives, that it was more than just the storm, that somehow the miners were able to harness the energy from the storm. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But that's what they said.
And you said they were primitive.
You said the Hotari were primitive.
Well, they are.
Except for the part about weaponizing ion storms.
If you'll excuse me, Commander Rydek.
Major, a pleasure.
Commander Rydek, I need a moment of your time.
Sure.
Are you wondering why I chose you last, bro?
I'm glad you've chosen to side with the Hotari. I knew the Federation would see through the Elydians' baseless claims and protect the interests of my people.
To be clear, I'm not on either side of this conflict. Our only interest is peace.
I will keep that in mind.
I assume you were there the day the mines were seized from the Illidians.
Not seized. Reclaimed. And restored to their rightful owners. Yes, I was there. We had to be decisive. Before the Illidians could even realize their worst nightmare was upon them.
Were the Hotari miners armed during the revolt? I'm just trying to understand how it happened.
If
Are we
by
suddenly
that
in
you mean
CNC?
armed with centuries of abuse and exploitation at the hands of the Illidians, then yes.
Which doesn't really answer my question.
Nope.
We had them vastly overwhelmed from the start.
Is that right?
They respect one thing above all else, and that is force. The greater the force, the more certain the outcome. Any talk of making peace is just that, and worth little without the strength to secure it. Which makes me wonder about your ship, the Resolute. Undoubtedly the Federation's finest warship. Ready to contend with anything the Illidians might have in store.
Is he mocking me?
Or is that not true? Maybe I've misjudged it.
It's a science vessel, bro.
It wasn't designed as a warship. More for scientific research and exploration.
Why would you say it like that, bro? Come on, that was so weak. No, just be like, no, it's a science vessel, and then just stare him down. Like that's not that. God damn it. But I Am Rosie. It explores racism in a setting where differences go beyond skin, with preconceived notions being word of God justified with numbers. It's not analogous. That's not bad. That's just a thought experiment. But the reason it's analogous is because you can superimpose those things on racism in our world. That's why it's analogous, right? This is my whole point, is because you're able to shut down all that bullshit programming that people have that cause cognitive dissonance, that make them not listen to shit like this. When you take all that shit away, it allows you to show people how bad these things are. And so when they see them in their own lives, they can connect the two. That's the point. So if you play a video game where you get to experience like either racism itself, or you get to save someone from racism, right? Or something like that. And you get to empathize with them, with those individuals in a story or in art. And then you go out in your real life, you might be less racist because you have now connected with that. And when you go out in your real life and you see that, that's how you connect those two. That's why it's analogous, right? This is how having this shit in art, like Star Trek and all this other stuff, has actually probably made people less racist. Because you get to see it. You get to see Uhura being Uhura, right?
But the Federation must have ships designed for war.
Technically, they're Starfleet ships representing the Federation. But yes.
But fair enough. I can definitely see where you're coming from. I absolutely can.
Sidron. A pleasure meeting you, Commander. I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
I'm not sure how much I like this guy. I'm iffy on it. I'm iffy on it. Performed well. Complex situation. Okay. Okay. So nothing else has changed. So God, the Mass Effect run. Okay. Is there... Un momento, por favor. So... Does it say how to... I can't even move that. I want to trust that mustache. Yeah, I know, right? He's definitely got the, what is it called? Burt Reynolds mustache going on. I gotta admit, that's probably why they made him a slime ball. He really does feel icky. Like, I don't know what it is, man.
Well,
But it's just
that was
like-
a disaster.
What happened?
The Hotari refused to concede anything, so the Elydians stormed out.
The Hotari did not invite us here as peacekeepers. I hope your efforts were more fruitful than ours.
Who wants a mustache ride?
Gravitational harmonics failing to resolve. Warp bubble stability degrading. Increase output to maximum.
Increasing warp output to maximum.
It's happening again.
I really hate when they do technobabble wrong. It like grates against me really hard.
It is evident that presently the Resolute cannot achieve warp propulsion.
Since our diagnostics rule out any problems with our warp systems or anything about the ship, the problem appears to be the fabric of space itself.
Space itself? You're saying something about this region of space prevents warp travel?
Prevents it or can't sustain it.
However improbable, that appears to be the case.
We need to know more.
The storm didn't stop us from leaving space dock and traveling here. But could it still be causing this interference with warp travel?
We must follow sound investigatory principles. Do not let an assumed conclusion drive your analysis.
Sometimes we need a little inspired thinking, Mr. Chovak. Captain Solano is on his way back from the negotiations, and I want to have some answers for him when he gets here.
Indeed. Given the facts at hand, we may be able to deploy subspace probes around the ship to construct a clearer picture of the phenomenon.
They did really good with the
Around
sound
the
design.
ship. I'll prep a shuttle.
Because like you actually feel like you're moving when the camera moves. It definitely feels like the sound is moving too, like the microphone is on the camera. It makes you feel like you're standing there. It's pretty cool. Just like that.
I'm
Do I
setting
get to
up a
pilot a
waypoint
shuttle?
at a distance roughly
Oh my God.
corresponding to the edge of our warp field.
Here it
When
goes.
we get there, I'll deploy the first probe.
Fly the shuttle to your objective. Okay. W is forward, D is backwards. Use the fucking mouse to turn. Oh my god, really? Come on, man. Aren't there more of these buttons? How do I go to the next one? There we go. Okay, Onyx storms will fill your path with dangerous hazards. Green lightning will damage your shuttle. Taking damage 3 times will fail the mission. 3 times. You can fly through the rings created by the storm if you pilot carefully. Follow the lit path to reach the next waypoint. The navigation computer displays information about the area around you. Indicates storm hazards. Indicates an asteroid. Okay.
Commander Westbrook, the Resolute systems are
Okay,
calibrated to
this
receive
is
the probe's readings.
really funky.
Standing by to reproduce the warp field collapse after the first probe is deployed.
Fly
Thank you,
into an
Mr.
asteroid,
Chovak.
you hush.
We'll be in position shortly.
And, Mr. Diaz, do take care in piloting the shuttlecraft. Now is not the time to indulge in the human penchant for joyriding.
See? See? The Vulcan knows, bro. The Vulcan knows.
Chovak probably isn't such a fun guy to work for, huh?
Sounds great, actually.
Nah, Lieutenant Commander Chovak's not so bad. You know, once you get used to him. And, I've learned a lot working under him.
Exactly.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to work harder.
Oh, God.
To be a political animal like you. With this new first officer coming aboard.
Okay, so I gotta go around the asteroid. I was trying to strafe around it, but I don't think the game's gonna let me. Okay, we're just gonna bounce off the asteroid. That's fine. Okay, we're failing the mission. There it is. That's it. Game, come on now. Yeah, I forgot I can go up and down. Duh.
This is far enough.
Co-pilot so polite, I know. Didn't even freak out when I
Transporting
smashed
the
it on
first probe
asteroid.
into position.
Oh, hey, look. It's that probe thing we picked up earlier that weighs a ton.
Westbrook here. The first probe is deployed.
Understood. We are reading it. We are about to replay the simulation.
Problem?
I'm just not getting any traction with her. Commander Rydek. She rejected my plan to use a deflector pulse against the storm surge. She didn't listen to me when you were out on the hull and I was trying to make it safer for you. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the new XO. I'm sure she's a fine officer, even if we don't see eye to eye. But she didn't go through what the rest of us did. You know that. And it's hard to figure out why she'd be the one Solano chose instead of, well, one of us.
I've heard some good things. You should at least give her a chance.
I'll take that under advisement.
Test is running. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1, mark.
Whoa.
Whoa. All right, that is definitely a problem with the
What
fabric
the
of space.
fuck was that?
We need to get another probe out there. With 2 points of data, the Resolute and the probe, we've managed to get an interference pattern. I'm setting a waypoint to a particularly strong area of interference. We'll deploy the second probe there. Listen, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice I wish someone had given me. Make sure you're never just one thing. And don't get so focused on what's in front of your face that you lose sight of the big picture. Before Rydek showed up, the captain pulled me into his ready room and told me he didn't think I had the people skills to be first officer. What a load of crap. I mean, if he'd said that about Chovak, sure.
Yeah, that sounds like politics.
Is that why you're being so friendly to me? Politics?
That would be clever, but I think you give me more credit than the captain does. You're all right, Diaz. And you've got potential. You're a capable engineer. You're good in the field. Keep up the good work, and who knows? A solid jack of all departments like you could be Commander-in-Chief of Starfleet one day. Hell, Admiral Jellicoe started as a shuttle pilot. And there are places to go in the enlisted ranks, too. Of course, if you get an officer's commission, they'll put you on another ship.
You know, I'd be the best leader Starfleet ever had. Lower decks always have to fix all the problems command causes. Maybe I'd just save everybody some steps.
I did not want to say that.
Don't forget about us little people when you're running things.
Of course not. You gotta remember where you came from.
Oh, I'm sliding. Oh, God. I don't like the navigational scan display because it should be looking forward and if it's a 2D flat plane, it shouldn't be from top down. It should be looking from the perspective of the ship. Because it doesn't take into account what's below and above me, right?
Here. This is close enough.
Whoa,
Stop the
great
engines. Deploying the probe. Westbrook to Commander Chovak. We're ready for another sampling of data.
Very good. Running the simulation again.
Why didn't they just use
Warp
the
field
ship's
collapse
transporter? to
in
do
3, 2,
this? They could have launched them
1.
out of the just torpedo.
There it is again.
I saw it. It seems to be directional.
Well, what about the scans?
Huh.
Anything?
Yeah,
Here's
exactly.
the readings in relation to our local space.
Well, let me rephrase that. Normally, when you're watching an episode of Star Trek, usually DS9 did it a lot on the runabouts, the display in front of you that's the way they show it. It's especially if you're not navigating like obstacles, it'll show you the display in front of you from the perspective of the sensor that's on the very front of the starship. And that way you can see what's directly in front of you, right? Instead of top down, obviously. I know why they did it. It's for the game, right? Because there's nothing really above and below you that can hurt you. It's only what's on the flat 2D plane that you can navigate in. It's just a pet peeve. That's how they would normally do it, is what you're describing. Is they would give you a 3D. You would either have a 3D map laid on a 2D screen, or it would literally just be from the perspective of the ship.
We've got the Resolute, Otari Prime, and the probes.
All this interference is overloading the sensor buffers. We're gonna have to triangulate the sensors manually.
All right. I get to turn wrenches. I love it. It's just telling me to move it.
We got something.
These markers indicate peaks in the gravimetric interference patterns.
Let's see if I can find some more.
Found one there. Got another one. There we go.
Hold up. This is coming from the moon.
A beam that blocks warp travel.
Aimed right at us.
Someone is doing this intentionally. I don't know how they're doing it. This is like nothing I've ever seen.
Why would they be doing this? We came here to help these people. And now we're getting hit by some warp-killing weapon?
Now, look here. It's current readings of the ion storm.
These concentrations, they line up with the interference pattern. The storm and this beam, they're coming from the same place.
Carter, whatever petty local conflict brought us here, it's just a small part of something much bigger.
Called it. Dun dun dun.
Presently, we don't have an explanation for how they're doing this. But one thing is clear. This is no fluke.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. I want a full briefing when I'm back on board.
By the way, the reason they might not be using the transporters to transport the probes from the ship is probably due to the interference from the ion storm, which is probably the same reason why they didn't use the torpedo launchers to launch, because of the same reason. Using the shuttle allows them to get close to the point that they want to do it and then transport like point blank range, which should minimize, any kind of casualty that would be involved with the ion storm. So I answered my own question just by thinking about it a little bit.
Solano out.
I always thought Ender's Game
Targeted
exaggerated the
weapon that
mind
inhibits
fuck.
warp travel. Coming from the moon Tau.
6
That would
DOF
explain the
space combat.
difficulties my shuttle encountered. More importantly, the tenor of the Hotari during the negotiations.
And here I thought the Elydians would be the problem. Coming to peace talks in a warship.
Right? Yeah, the stuff in Ender's Game, that's one of the reasons why I always give Star Trek shit for being dumb when it comes to space combat and just how power would be projected with starships. The level of technology they have, the abilities that they have in starships, the reason that they're not properly fitted, even like Klingons, Romulans, the reason their warships aren't actually warships the way you would design them if you were actually making a warship is because they were designed by fucking hippies and artists. That's why. And so they don't know how to wage war. They don't know how to make weapons of war. They don't know how to think about that kind of thing. It's one of the things that always pissed me off. The Enterprise should have had they absolutely should have been a fucking carrier, dude. There's more than enough room to put like 50 fucking, or more, even more than that, probably hundreds of fighters inside the Enterprise. And with the level of technology that they have, dude, it would BTFO Battlestar Galactica like it was nothing, dude. You wouldn't even need to land on a deck, dude. You just fucking go in the same hole you came out of, man, with tractor beams and shit, right? It would be amazing. And the way their weapons work, like the new Star Trek did a lot better versions of them having point defense weapons with their phaser platforms, right? Where TNG, TOS, DS9, almost none of them motherfuckers had any of that shit. And it's just like, bro, none of you are actually thinking about any of these things. We're just going to strap phasers. We got torpedoes. it's a warship. That's good enough, right? It's just like, oh, it's got 50 torpedo launchers, bro. That's not how warships work, man. That's how fucking sailed ships worked with cannons. That's not a thing anymore. Gotta have room for civilian luxury apartments. Yeah, but the thing about it is they could have the civilian luxury apartments and still have the fucking 1,000 fighters and all the pilots for them. Like, the Enterprise is gargantuan compared to the amount of people that live on it, right? You're talking about 1,000 people live on that thing. 1,000. Bro, 5,000 people live on the USS Enterprise. Live and work, okay? It is much smaller. Excuse me, the USS Enterprise naval carrier today. And it is much smaller than the Enterprise of TNG. That's what I'm getting at, is that they have a level of technology. And if you actually had humans who knew anything about fighting war, then the Federation would have conquered the galaxy. And the reason the other species never conquered the Federation is because they're stupid. They're literally just absolutely retarded. They don't know how to wage war. They don't know how machines work. They're not clever. Like, even the Vulcans, man, the Andorians, these are, you know, species that are highly technologically advanced when humans came into the race. And especially the Andorians being more warlike, the Klingons being more warlike, their weapons are garbage. Their weapons are garbage. Oh, they're powerful. Don't get me wrong, yes. But the way they design them, how they deploy them, their weapons, it's a perfect example of the Stargate episode. These are weapons of terror and oppression, and this is a weapon of war. This is to terrorize your enemy. This is made to kill your enemy. That's the difference. Almost all of the weapons that Star Trek uses as like allegories for stuff, they feel like terror weapons. Like they're designed to cause fear in your enemy and all this other stuff. They're not actually designed to kill your enemy, because if they were designed to kill your enemy, they would be a lot better at it. That's my whole contention, right? Because in Stargate, they were comparing like the Jaffa staffs where they shoot like little energy bolts. Very powerful weapon. Can kill you one shot straight to the chest. You're done, right? But they are weapons of terror and oppression. They are meant to strike fear into your heart. And then you compare that to a fully automatic fucking P90. Like, there is no comparison. One is designed to kill your enemies. The other is designed to invoke terror and fear and oppress people with its magical, mystical shit. Whereas a P90 is literally a weapon made to literally kill things. And that's it. That's all it's for. Its entire design principle is to kill shit. Period. I've seen that clip on YouTube. Colonel Carter owns this, man. I know, dude. It's so, like, it's got so many levels of sexy on it. I can't even, like, I gush over the scene, because it's definitely like a pseudo girl power thing, but it's very, very subdued, because Carter is a very fucking intelligent, capable, and competent individual when it comes to doing her fucking job, which is why I like her. And yes, it's a very, 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 very cool moment. Very, very cool moment. And they just obliterate the whole thing. It's absolutely great. All right, let's continue. And but that's one of the reasons why I give Star Trek so much shit, is because their weapons are just not designed properly for warfare. They're designed for what artists and writers think warfare will be in the future. And it's not based on practical knowledge of military tactics that we understand today. So you got to realize, this is the 24th century. This is almost, 400 or 500 years in the future. So we take our military doctrine now, and then you give us Star Trek level technology plus 500 fucking years to learn how to use it. Humans are going to human, bro. Humans are going to human.
This wasn't supposed to be so complicated.
For all their posturing, every indication is that the Illydians are afraid of the Hotari. They didn't bring their warship as a threat. They brought it because they're scared.
And that's a good point. The gold wanted slaves. Dead people make bad slaves. Yes, that you are correct. because they do have weapons that are designed to be relatively good at killing people. The Zatnikatol is a very good example of that. Though it's a bit like over designed and shit like that, it still has the mysticism and all that stuff, but it's not a weapon of terror. It's a weapon of destruction, right? Because you can stun, you can kill, and you can vaporize with it easy. Right, and it's a simple design. It's not overly overbearing. It doesn't look like it has any magical properties, right? So you could definitely see the design differences, even though it still keeps the same mystical, magical motif that the staffs have. It's still not the same thing, right? Have you watched The Expanse? I have. I think they've done space warfare better than anyone else, but they don't have the sci-fi weapons. They have guided torpedoes, just big guns. Yes, exactly. So imagine you took the like thought process behind how they did war in The Expanse, and then you give them Star Trek level technology and 500 years to fucking learn how to use it. Did you know that you can completely annihilate anything with what's called a warp bomb? All you have to do is create a warp field and have it collapse in on itself. The problem is the closer you are to a gravitational object, the smaller the warp bomb becomes. So it's only really useful in deep space for large destruction, but you can still completely vaporize land targets if you use that. You know who doesn't fucking use it? Anybody. Nobody uses it. Nobody. Not the Klingons, the Romulans, nobody. Even the space fascists don't use their weapons like space fascists should. It's insane. How does it handle distance when in flight? Well, the missiles, the torpedoes and missiles are guided, and they have fuel, and the guns are mostly used for point defense and close range. The long range big guns are like what are they? They're rail guns, and I think they have like a plasma type gun. It might just be a rail gun. The rail gun is essentially an electromagnetic tunnel that sends a slug of metal at near light speed. So you're talking like maybe a couple of seconds, even to traverse, even if you're really, really far away. So you could potentially like hide, turn off all your emissions, and just drift, wait for your prey to come across your sight line, time it just right, boom, blow off their engine. They actually did that in The Expanse, by the way. What is that weapon you used? It's hard to say. Some sort of state secret? Just difficult to pronounce. Yeah, right. That's great. Yeah, greater range for their physical objects, as it should be, and the one in flights chasing ships even turns thrusters. Yeah. It shows that they only have rail guns. Yeah. You're right. The crazy shit comes later because of the goo or whatever, right? But you're right. It's rail guns, and even the guns that shoot bullets are mostly point defense weapons. But if you get close enough, you can use your point defense weapons to shred your enemy, considering they're just a giant tin can like you are, right? So if you blow enough holes in them, it'll kill the crew, it'll evacuate the atmosphere, it'll hit vital components that aren't armored, but you can't use them over long range because it's really hard to hit a target when it's that far away, because you not only have to deal with the fact that they're super distant and it takes a lot of travel time, but you also have to deal with lag, with light speed lag, which means that if your target is far enough away, you can see them, but it takes like 3 seconds for the light from them to hit you. Right? So you fire and they have up to 6 seconds to move out of the way. So if they just randomly zigzag, you're never going to fucking hit them unless your weapon travels near the speed of light. And even then, if it's near speed of light, it could still have the same problem if they're far enough away because of the same light lag deal. When they accidentally traveled back in time and got captured by the U.S. Army. Then he asked Daniel in Russian if they are spies, and he just answers no in Russian, not realizing that it's suspicious that he speaks Russian. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's great. All right, so like I said, and I the only thing I wish is that they would just fix it. We'll forget about the fact that everybody was stupid about weapons. Let's just fix it in the future. And they tried to in the books. In Voyager, they actually bring back freaking space fighters. They actually bring back space fighters and put Tom Paris in one. B'Elanna built it, by the way. And I will say the big thing about it is that the PDCs have tiny thrusters too to counter recoil. I know it's so cool, isn't it? When you see them shooting and it's got like a little thruster out the back that's like, and as soon as it turns, it like all the thrusters start firing. Yeah, it's pretty cool. But I can forgive the writers of Star Trek for making the Federation weak and limp and weak and have a limp dick because of their view of like peace and all this other bullshit. But to make the Klingons, whose entire culture is a monument to the art of war, why would they have the same kind of restrictions? And it's literally because of the imagination of the writers. That's essentially why. And now that we have more experience with this and we understand how space battles will run with normal physics, now you apply Star Trek physics and Star Trek technology. Well, let's apply that properly and make the ship's weapons function as if they would if the technology really existed. If you have transporters that can't go through shields, you could actually still use slug throwers that are literally like the TR1, the freaking sniper rifle that can transport right up to the edge of the shields and then send the damn thing straight through. So it maintains, so it has like, so they can't see it coming, right? They don't see it shoot. It just flies out. There's all kinds of little stupid tricks you could do that if you actually applied military doctrine to the Star Trek technology, you could make it far more interesting. And far deadlier. That's the thing. One of the reasons that they're so peaceniks is because their weapons are so goddamn devastating that if they ever have to use them, it would be really bad. It's really bad. All right, let's
From everything we witnessed, I would say that is highly likely.
But what are they afraid of?
Tylus, the Hotari representative, said she thought they found something in the mines. Galvin and Sidron brought it back to the palace, but they're keeping it under tight security. She's going to investigate it. I gave her my tricorder. I expect she'll contact us soon.
You found an ally.
Why would Tylus help us? Go behind her people's back? It's a fair question, considering.
She's out of options.
She's worried that her people are being dragged into something that isn't going to end well for them. She's trying to save them.
Yeah.
That may be true.
She's certainly more likely to help than the other Hotari we've met.
That raises another question. Specifically, what do the other Hotari have to gain in bringing us here, only to make this hostile maneuver against us? There must be some motivation.
Unless they changed their minds between when they asked and when we got here.
Sidron was very curious when we spoke outside the Queen's chamber. He wanted to know all about us, our ship, the Federation. He wasn't giving any answers. He was looking for them.
Well, I'm sure you didn't tell him too much.
And I will say this, just in case you're wondering. I could completely forgive Star Trek for its mishandling of military doctrine and all that shit because the storytelling tends to be so fucking good, dude. Like, I can suspend my disbelief enough. That's essentially because it's good enough. And it's just like with anything else. If it's good enough and you're invested enough, you can suspend your disbelief. And I absolutely can. Even if I think it's stupid. Imagine your enemies launch a nuke and it just exploded between you and them only for a second. Later, a super fast propelled projectile hits you before you can even react to the nuke explosion in between you and your... Yeah, I'm not sure how well that would work. It would, like, you know what I mean? Sure. But it would... Well, it sounds like it's overly complicated, was what I'm getting at. Because wouldn't it just be easier to have a giant magnetic thrower on your ship? Because you'd still have to launch a nuclear missile. They would see the nuclear missile. They might be able to shoot it down before it explodes. And even if it does explode, it still might miss because you're literally launching it from an explosion. So if the explosion's not perfect, it could throw the projectile off. Or if it's not aimed correctly, which means it has to be aimed in flight as it explodes at the target while it's moving in random directions at its maximum speed, most likely, right? Or its maximum safe speed in combat, right? So do you really want to overly complicate it with that? Because you're talking about, like I said, shooting a randomly moving target in space at safe maximum combat speed with a nuclear explosion that launches a slug, right? That's a tall order, my friend. That's a very tall order. Now it might be a good weapon. I don't know. At first glance, I was like, no, that doesn't sound right. But man, it might be a surprise. That's for damn sure, because the EM burst from the nuclear weapon would definitely block a lot of your like scanning equipment. It would obscure stuff. It would cause a lot of radiation to be everywhere, which could interfere with a lot of your electronics. And then on top of that, you have a giant slug coming at you. If it hits you, it could be devastating depending on what type you're doing. You might want to do a shotgun, like, you know, buckshot type thing with chain in between all of them or something like that. That might be a good one.
I don't think the Elydians know what's really down on that moon either.
Major Armintas said the revolt defied explanation. That the Hotari miners somehow harness the energy of the storm.
Harness the energy of the storm?
Doing that is beyond even our capabilities.
So is a weapon that disrupts warp travel.
There have been civilizations and entities, both past and present, far more technologically advanced than the Federation.
True, Spock. Then to your point, Akhenaten, with the shotgun analogy, I think your idea might have some merit, because it's just like this: when we launch nuclear missiles out of a submarine, they kind of like plop out because they don't fire off their engines immediately. So you could have a device that literally is like a slow missile, right? That never gets real close to the target, but you have multiples of them. So you launch an entire flak of them, right? So it's like a dozen or so, and they form in a pattern and point toward the ship, and they fly like that. And then when they explode, they all go off, and instead of shooting a singular thing, they all have essentially like a plate that contains big ass ball bearings or something like that. That's essentially like a shotgun. And if you have like a bunch of them in like line or in some formation, that would greatly increase your chances of hitting the moving target that's moving randomly at maximum combat speed. You know what I'm saying? That might actually work, because you're just literally filling space with lead, as it were. You're just spraying the entire area down, hoping you hit them. And if you get a good enough hit, it could just shred their entire ship apart, right? So that's not bad. I'm not gonna lie, that's not bad. It allows you to keep the spread low, especially if you have like the chain links between them and stuff like that. How goes the game? Well, what's the range on the transporter? It depends on the needs of the script. But usually planet-based transporters can usually transport between planets. Like between Earth and Mars, I believe you can transport between that. But I think that's because they also have signal boosters and shit. For starships, it's usually when you need to be in like low orbit to transport down to a planet. Right? So about that. A lot of times it literally depends on the script, the needs of the script. Like, how strong is Superman? He's as strong as the script needs him to be. All these shape charges could explode at random times, so the enemy doesn't. Oh, that's another good one. You could and then you could also have decoys, just like they do inside multiple warhead ballistic missiles, where some of the warheads are not actually warheads; they're duds. Specifically designed to emit more radiation than others to throw off any kind of scanning equipment. That would be interesting. Stage launch controlled fragmentation warhead. You see what I mean? When you put a little bit of thought behind the type of weapons that you could potentially make. And we're just sitting here bullshitting one retard to another on the internet. Now imagine what an actual like engineer who wanted to make a death weapon could fucking come up with, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's some cool shit, ain't it? And then imagine you had the ability to have replicators, transporters, duranium, which is basically a really hard steel alloy, or titanium alloy. I can't remember which. I think it's titanium. And you have all the cool tech of Star Trek it was structural integrity fields, force field emitters, all kinds of crazy weapons that you can make. You could literally make kinetic weapons in Star Trek that travel at warp speed. Like, if the maximum warp for a starship is 9.9, most starships can't even get to that. You could absolutely make a torpedo that is not an explosive, but is literally just a warp engine that goes to warp 9.9999999 as soon as it leaves the ship. You launch it, and then, and what does it do? It instantaneously travels to the other ship and slams against its shields or its hull. Now, yeah, if it hits the hull, it's going to go through and through, but that's going to be a big fucking hole in the side of your ship, dude. Even if it doesn't have explosives. And against shields, you're literally taking kinetic energy of you traveling 1,000 times the speed of light, slamming into their shields. So when you see antimatter warheads, it's a antimatter reaction going against shields and it explodes. It's like, yeah, that's a lot of energy. But dude, why do none of them use kinetic weapons that way? Like they literally have the ability to make warp torpedoes. We saw it in Star Trek TNG. Worf's baby mama was like literally was transported to the Enterprise on one of these fucking things. She was inside of a goddamn torpedo. Does Star Trek use planetary bombardment? Yes. One autistic retard to correct you. One autistic retard to another. Yes. I don't think it was ever actually used, but the founders wanted to do it in DS9. Yeah, in the books, it's a normal thing. And obviously it's a normal thing in Star Trek because they talk about it incessantly in some episodes. Right. And, in the original series, Kirk made up a regulation that would, or actually, no, it's not a regulation. He didn't make it up. It's an actual regulation. I think it's like, Executive Order 13 or some shit like that. Basically, if the captain gives that order, then the starship is to annihilate the planet's surface and turn it into magma. Yeah, that's the General Order 13 or something like that, right? To bombard the planet, destroy its crust, killing literally every living thing on it. So it's definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing. But the Federation almost never does it, obviously, because they're the good guys. They're not the space fascists. Yeah, but lasers lose power over distance and are refracted by atmospherics.
The Elydians and Hotari don't fall into that category.
But that is all the more reason to investigate.
Yeah, it was like 5 torpedoes or something like that.
Commander Rydek, sorry to interrupt.
God, I love ranting about Star Trek.
Received an urgent call from Hotari. The Queen's advisor, Tylus, has asked to speak with you.
Put her through.
Let's hear it, boys. We got something.
Galvin and Citron are still with the Queen. I've enlisted help to gain access to the room they have under guard. I don't have much time.
I'm not supposed to leave my post.
It's only for a moment. I so appreciate your help.
Is she not holding the fucking tricorder in her hand? Do people not see her holding it?
Something. I'm sending you a scan.
That's definitely not Hotari tech. And go.
Got it.
No, they can replicate the gold. They can't
if we needed to
replicate
gain
the
access to the
platinum.
mines
Platinum
on
is
Tau,
unreplicatable.
is that something you could help us with?
I suppose it wouldn't be easy, but
the limits on replicators are essentially, yes, it can replicate complex food items. They won't taste as good, at least as far as the characters in Star Trek tell us. You could potentially replicate a firearm, like a modern day firearm, if you had an unrestricted access. If you had unrestricted access to a replicator, you could program it to make a firearm, and the bullets and all the stuff to go with it. You know, all that stuff. Most of them can't make modern to Star Trek weapons because they have like restrictors in them specifically, so they can't make those. Not only that, there are components that many of them have, they're unreplicatable. That you literally they still have to mine things, right? Dilithium is not replicatable, for instance. And there are other compounds and alloys that are unreplicatable that must literally be mined from planets or asteroids and such, to where you can't do it. Some of the components may be replicatable, but you still have to have other kinds of processes to make them into the alloys or whatever that they are that can't be replicated, right? So you could replicate tons of steel, but you can't replicate some of the steel alloys that they use on ship construction because they require other materials that are either harder to replicate or the alloy that itself cannot be replicated because of some kind of complexity or some shit. Basically, it can do as much as the script calls for it, but there is a hard line, right? A lot like there's only so much you can do, especially the normal replicators inside your domicile wouldn't be able to replicate anything more than food and clothing. Industrial replicators could replicate other stuff like that, but for instance, you couldn't replicate an entire like shuttlecraft or something like that, right? Warp coils, I believe, are made of things that are unreplicatable. There are so many components that they use that are just you cannot replicate them. But most of the things that we need in our daily lives, food, clothes, shelter, all that shit can mostly be replicated. Someone extracted all the latinum, but nothing left but worthless gold, and it's all yours. Yep, that's it. That was where I think it was what was his name? There was a patron inside Quark's bar Moog? No, that's not his name. That's Worf's father. I can't remember his name. Anyway, he basically had all the latinum stored in one of his stomachs, which is why he lost all his hair. Yeah, because he robbed a bank or something like that, like years and years ago. It's a really dumb story, but it's really cool. It's got a lot of good stuff in it. Morn, thank you. But so like the latinum itself is a liquid that is inside the gold. So when they say gold pressed latinum, each like little strip of gold pressed latinum has like a molecule of latinum in it, and that's what gives it its worth. And so when you have gigantic bars of it, it's got a lot more latinum in it. I'm not super knowledgeable about any of this crap, but I always think I need power directly from stars to fuel our starships in the future. I mean, they use matter antimatter reactions, so that's what they use as the main power plant. They also have fusion, so you know they do well. The guy that never talks, but it's said that a guy that never shuts up. Yeah, I know. That's the joke. Is that he never shuts up, but he never says a single line of dialogue.
Can we reconnect?
Sorry, Captain. We've lost all contact.
We can only hope she escaped without harm.
Can you tell I love ranting about Star Trek?
It was hard to tell.
She knows what she's doing.
Tylus wouldn't have offered to help if she didn't know what she was doing.
That's a lot of faith in someone we barely know. Let's see the scan of whatever the hell that was.
Tylus suspects this came from the mines on Tau.
It appears to be of ancient origin, but the markings are unfamiliar.
We can run a full analysis when we get back to the Resolute. But if this came from the mines, then it might be the key to how they got the upper hand against the Illydians.
Then we have to go into the mines.
The Federation would not allow that. We were, after all, sent here to be a neutral party in a peace negotiation. However, we could demonstrate that the Hotari have acted in bad faith, which would enable us to investigate the mines on Tau with full justification. But of course, we would need conclusive proof before taking action. Otherwise, it could put us in a difficult position.
Whatever this artifact is may be proof enough. At least to satisfy the Federation.
Especially if we can show the Hotari are controlling the warp disruption. And targeting the Resolute.
We may have a better understanding once we analyze the device.
The Federation
but a
doesn't
mission
have
to the
to know
mines,
my ass.
covert or otherwise, is not out of the question. And I will handle the Federation.
As I was telling Carter, I want all the data I can get on this warp problem. And the negotiating team's shuttle has been recording data all the way back from Hotari. Even better than our probes. So pull the sensor and engine ISOs from the Melville when it sets down.
Will do.
I'll join you and Chovak down in engineering to run another analysis after the briefing.
By the way, this is probably one of the best Star Trek games I've
I
ever
didn't
played.
like this warp problem when we thought it was some astronomical anomaly. And I like it a hell of a lot less now that we know someone is doing it to us. How does it work? What do we even do about it?
What do you say we pull these chips and find out?
Took some damage on the way.
I could just feel the Star Trek oozing out of it, man.
That ionic interference scored the hull plating. Might be some micro welds. Let's try pulling together.
All right.
3, 2, 1. It won't budge. Gotta be the storm damage. We need to... Welcome back. Any excitement down on the surface?
Excitement? No. Nothing like that.
Hey, can you hand me the EJ7 interlock? From the toolbox.
I don't know what that is.
Not much use for one on a security detail, huh? Carter?
Yeah, I'll get it.
That was definitely a subtle jab. Ugh. Of course, be professional. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, I'll apply pressure while you decouple the panel.
Yeah, exactly, Rosie. Yeah, pretty much. Like, fusion powers our sun, at least according to the current models that we use. I don't necessarily believe that that's the case, but, you know, whatever. And yes, it is. It could be used to power our entire civilization for next to... Well, I mean, it won't be free, but it'll be fucking close, dude. Like, oh my god, dude. Especially once we get space travel and we can just basically harvest Jupiter. Because it's a big, gigantic ball of hydrogen.
Here, I'll help.
We've got this.
Open up and say ah.
Thanks for the hand. We have to get these isolinear chips down to engineering.
No problem. You really know everything about these ships, don't you?
Joker.
The tools, the systems. Like a walking Starfleet technical manual.
Well, what can I say? I'm good at what I do.
Did she just eye roll me?
I can see that.
While holding a flashlight in her mouth?
Come on, start pulling chips.
Well, they're not always logical and peaceful. That's the ideal. But it's close enough. Okay, so... Oh, okay, so we're just gonna do it like this. I don't get to choose which ones. Fair. Let me guess.
What's this?
That
some kind of crystal formation.
looks like the... Anomaly targeted. Scanning.
Whoa. This substance is a quantized spin crystallization of hydrogen, carbon, and lithium. It's emitting tetrametric pulses at an interval of 3.8422 seconds.
Quantized crystallization isn't natural. I mean, it's only theoretical as a means to engineer matter on a subatomic level. What's it doing in there?
Okay. So, how could the sun not be powered by fusion? All right, so here's the thing. If the sun were powered by fusion, then that means, and especially based on the model that we currently understand, then the core should be the hottest part, right? And every part coming outward should be cooler than the part below it. But that's not what we see. The corona is hotter than the surface under it, right? And so one of the theories that has been postulated to explain such a thing is that the sun is not powered by fusion. Fusion is a byproduct of its natural functions, which is basically an electrical Z-pinch of the galactic magnetic field. So the sun is essentially a glowing plasma ball in arc mode, going off in arc mode. That's why it's so damn bright. And it could potentially be in dark mode where it doesn't shine at all, but the plasma and energy is still there. And that's essentially the basic explanation of it, called the electric universe theory or the plasma universe theory. Because one of the funniest fucking things that I find about modern science is that so much of the general knowledge that is passed on to normies is not actually the facts of the matter. It's the prevailing theory that we think might be it, which is why people are so the Big Bang Theory is true when no, the Big Bang hypothesis has the strongest evidence that it is probably true, but that does not make it so, right?
Wait.
Yeah, don't touch that.
Regulation 364, subsection 9.
What?
Regulation 364 subsection 9 orders that in the case of an unknown foreign substance infiltrating a sealed system, it will be placed in secure confinement before further examination.
Like, honestly, we should literally report this to our superiors and be like, hey, we found this crazy shit under this shuttlecraft. We need to get this shit taken care of and contain it, like, immediately. We need to lock down this shit. But they're not going to do that.
Retrieve a containment module.
Don't you think we're more equipped to deal
not
with
mainstream at all.
whatever this is?
No. Before anything else, this is a security issue. You don't even know what this is.
Which is why we need to study it.
Once it's contained.
Well, if it's not natural, then someone might have put it there. It could be a tracking device, some kind of sabotage, or even a bomb.
Which is why we need to get it to the containment lab.
Come on.
I can't make
No,
an exception.
we don't need to get it to the containment
Not
lab.
even
We
for
need.
you.
Never mind.
I'm still going to report these crystals to Commander Westbrook when we send the shuttle data.
And I will inform my superiors. I'm taking this just as seriously as you are.
Yes, like, do it now. Like, get
But
that
I
motherfucker
overheard
over
talk
here.
about the
Let's
warp
go.
Disruption on the shuttle. Now these crystals.
What are you doing?
Maybe this situation is more than we can handle with just a science vessel. We could trigger a distress call, get Starfleet to send more ships. Or I could send a message to my old CO on the Adirondack. Get some combat-tested vessels. We shouldn't do this alone.
We're at the edge of the quadrant. Help isn't just gonna pop over like we're in Sector 001.
Wouldn't hurt to try.
You talk like you've never had your backs up against a wall before. This is Starfleet. We solve our own problems.
What the fuck did I just say, girl? What do you mean?
Okay, stand back.
Oh god, she transported it? Oh.
Get this to the containment lab. We'll get it set up for you. I'll let you know when it's safe.
So you find a mysterious crystal under your spaceship that you believe that is a theoretical thing that you've never seen before and could potentially be destructive. And one of the first things you do is you put it through a fucking transporter. Y'all were right about OSHA, man. This place is like just a walking violation. Like, I can't even. Like, it's an unknown foreign substance that is potentially extremely dangerous. You would obviously evacuate all unnecessary personnel. You would secure the area. You would immediately inform your higher-ups of what's going on. And they would get a containment unit to come down and figure out what the fuck is going on. Right? With more help than just these three chuckle fucks. And you would not touch it, move it, or do anything to it until then. Just saying. Just saying. I'm just saying. Now that I've had my piece, let's continue.
We can find.
Oh, we'll be there.
Last thing you want is to study this down in main engineering and have it explode next to the
Love you,
warp
Joker.
core.
Thanks, bud. Pow. I think I already did it, but I'm going to do it again anyway. I'm out of coffee. So,
Almost forgot.
Water.
Can't have that.
Cool. We're on duty. What are you doing?
For a second, I thought she'd gone cold on you. Like she might have changed her mind. But I guess this whole situation has her spooked. Maybe she knows more than us? Or it's because this is all happening so fast? But she usually doesn't scare easy.
Well, of course she's taking it seriously, but that's her job.
Yeah.
When she's on duty, she's got to be on the lookout for danger.
Yeah, but talking about sending a distress call on her own, that's going too far. She was probably just thinking out loud. I'm sure she'll come to her senses. This mission has enough complications stacking up.
It is odd that she would say about contacting somebody that she knows on another ship. Why would you just not put out a general call for distress to the Federation or suggest that to your commander or the upper echelons? Like, something seems very off, just in general, about that.
Now, we'll get through it.
That completely defies the chain of command.
You, me, and Miranda too.
Commander Rydek was able to work behind the scenes during the negotiations and made contact with a representative from the Hotari delegation named Tylus. She mentioned an unusual artifact of unknown origin being held under tight security within the Hotari Palace, which she believes came from the mines on Tau. Now, this artifact might have a connection to the revolt, to the storm, and to the warp disruption we now know has been targeted at the Resolute. Commander Rydek, if you want to take it from here.
Of course.
Like I said, man, this is such a good
Tylus
game.
managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded location within the palace and sent us these scans using my tricorder.
So far, anyway.
It appears to be some sort of control panel, possibly connected to the warp disruption weapon originating on Tau. Of particular interest is this symbol, which we couldn't identify the origin of.
The Federation database has records from a vast number of civilizations. If anyone from Starfleet has come across this before, the system should recognize it.
Cross-referencing with Federation records.
Displaying symbols from Federation database with a 90% probability of match or higher. Select a symbol to further analyze.
That definitely doesn't look like it. I thought it would like give a like, oh, this is from this empire from back in the day. I guess not. Oh my goodness, Gen V rated with 84 viewers. Greetings and salutations, my friend. How you doing? Good to see you, my friend. Sorry, I'm covering up the symbols. I didn't even realize. Greetings and salutations. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Welcome, Raiders, to the Tango Hotel. Hope you guys are doing well. We are exploring the stars. Hope you're ready for this. I hope you're ready for this. Let's see what we got here. Zero sleep, right? Right? I'll give you that one. I'll absolutely give you that one. So we are doing... I don't know. What do you think? Let me turn off my window. What do you think about that one? That one looks pretty good. I think we might have a match here, boys. Oh. I think it's it. That might be it. Ring-a-ding-ding, boys. Was that it?
99.2% match.
Got it.
Oh, yeah. I told you I was the smart one.
What are we looking at?
The design and composition indicate this is a glyph associated with the ancient Khan Empire. Their civilization collapsed over 600,000 years ago, but once spanned millions of systems with a population numbering in the trillions.
Fascinating.
Hundreds of trillions.
The Takan were once the most advanced, most powerful civilization in the galaxy.
You guys are ready to ultra Star Trek lore out? We're definitely down here. I have been ranting incessantly about Star Trek since I started playing this fucking game, and I'm absolutely loving every second of it.
Is it possible the Hotari found Takan technology?
I wonder if they even know what they have.
Our knowledge of the Takan is limited. I have only encountered passing references to them.
Well, I mean...
Actually, I've heard of the Takan.
Of course I have. I've watched TNG.
Quite impressive, Commander.
Computer, summarize the Enterprise D's discovery of a Takan outpost.
On Stardate 41386.4, the USS Enterprise D, under the command of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, discovered a Takan outpost in the Delphi Ardu system. According to the mission summary, an unbreakable energy-draining field was deployed against the Enterprise and a Ferengi ship. The Enterprise was only able to escape after negotiating their release with an entity known as Portal 63, Guardian of the Takan Empire.
Unbreakable energy draining field. It starts to make sense.
What else is there?
There's a lot here. Let's take it piece by piece.
Select the aspect you wish to learn more about.
I muted it so she can't activate it. Because every time she talks to the computer in the game, because it's the computer on the starship, it activates my Amazon device because that's the call word for it. All right, let's look at the planet. This was a great episode, by the way. Oh, there it is. I was like, where the hell is the... Because there's so many little dots.
What sort of planet is Delphi Ardu 4?
Delphi Ardu 4 is an M-class planet, a barren rocky world with little to no vegetation and frequent ion storms. The giant crystals that grow there absorb energy, but it is not understood how they do so. The entire Delphi Ardu system, consisting of 11 planets, was considered completely uninhabited until the encounter with Portal 6-3.
Frequent ion storms. That can't just be a coincidence.
But of course, we'll save the best for last.
There appears to be some sort of restriction order from Starfleet. Computer, explain this restriction.
A Starfleet directive similar to General Order 7 forbids entering the Delphi Ardu system or attempting to make contact with Portal 6-3.
Starfleet doesn't throw up a no trespassing sign for just anybody.
I suppose it makes sense considering what happened to the Enterprise D.
Indeed. Completely disabled.
The technology to capture and hold the Federation flagship would have to be unbelievably powerful. Computer, what else can you tell us about the energy-draining field the Takan used?
The Enterprise D was unable to break free on its own. The precise nature of the technology was never fully understood. Only that the crystalline technology used was beyond the comprehension of then-current Starfleet science.
The engineering team found a quantized spin crystal formation in the shuttle you took to Hotari. They registered tetrametric radiation coming from it.
We have Takan technology on board right now?
We might. I'll run a full analysis in the containment lab.
Wonder how it got there. They wanted to blow us up. You would think it would have blown up already, right?
Someone from the Takan Empire is actually still around.
Not
or at least was.
Technically.
16 years ago.
Computer, what other information do you have on Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Takan Empire?
The entity known as Portal 6-3 is of an unknown nature. A biped humanoid, he was unaware that the Takan Empire no longer existed at the time of the encounter. He was able to control the crystal-based technology of the Takan outpost through apparent telepathic means. It was by his choice that the Enterprise was released from the energy-draining field after Commander William T. Riker of the Away Team argued on behalf of both Starfleet and the Ferengi.
Telepathic control of their technology.
As I have said, they were the most advanced civilization in the galaxy.
The Elydians should have crushed the revolt. But if the Hotari have Takan technology and can control it, I see why they're willing to negotiate peace. For all we know, this could be just the beginning. And we're up against something greater than we can imagine.
For now, it's probably best we don't let on how much we know.
Play our cards close to the vest. Smart. I agree. Then when the time is right, we can confront them.
Diplomatically, of course.
Right.
We've been able to triangulate the source of the ionic interference and warp disruption to a specific mine on Tau. Engineering used the latest data from your shuttle to pinpoint its origin.
I see.
There.
So we know where to look.
We need to know what's down there. What the Hotari are hiding, to better understand what we're up against. And to neutralize it if we can.
Captain, embarking on a mission to the Hotari moon would not be viewed favorably by either side.
True.
However, given the circumstances, we are entirely within our rights to defend ourselves.
I just want to make sure this doesn't blow up in our faces. Which is why I'm thinking of sending Commander Rydek on a covert mission to Tau. Assuming you're up to the task. It would require absolute secrecy. And obviously, it's not without risk.
I'm Starfleet.
I'm ready for action, Captain. Just say the word and I'll be there.
I'll admit, I wish I could go myself. I'm hoping Tylus can accompany you. The priority is to avoid detection. It's a calculated risk. The last thing we need is to get caught and then blamed for violating our neutrality and aggravating an already tense situation. We can't afford any mistakes, which is why I've chosen you.
It's a risk we have to take. We need to know what we're up against.
Agreed. And of course you'll have the full support of the Resolute throughout.
We must take every precaution.
Get in touch with Tylus
Listen
and
to the
make the
man.
necessary arrangements as discreetly as possible.
Bridge to Captain Solano. The Illydians have moved additional ships to the edge of the Hotari system. Current heading is straight for the homeworld.
Understood.
It would seem we no longer have the luxury of waiting.
I see.
In that case, may I suggest you and I return to Hotari Prime? Doing so will provide Commander Rydek as much time as possible to complete her mission.
Agreed. We'll hail the Queen's delegation from my ready room. We all know what we need to do. Dismissed.
Oh yeah. You know, I've always liked the suits that they wear now. I know they're a lot darker, but I just like them better. All right. So I need to take a break to grab some coffee and kiss my wife. Flaming KM. That is a deep-ass question that would require an entire stream to fully answer correctly. However, I do believe that we will reach spacefaring empire status. I just don't think it'll be like a united empire because I don't believe that FTL is possible. So, at least not with our current understanding of how things go. Could be wrong though. So I don't think we'll get filtered out unless we invent something absolutely retardedly stupid, like, oh, I don't know, vacuum energy, and then every like 50 million years it has like some kind of catastrophic thing that happens in the other universe that we're drawing from, and it completely destroys our entire civilization. Something like that, maybe, but unless it's that, probably not. So on that note, my friends, on that heavy ass subject, I'm gonna take a quick break. Enjoy your break screen. Enjoy your time. I'll be right back. Grab a snack. Grab a drink. We shall return. Boom, baby. I think that's gonna be the thumbnail for today. That's definitely gonna be the thumbnail for the day. Oh, where's my thing at? What was that at? 5:57:19? Yeah, 5:57. So are you kidding, bro? Are you even for real? Are you even for real? Bruh. 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 The fluff is wrong with you? which is ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? And to be fair, it's really good on single player. Really good on single player. Like this asshole. Well, looks like we just lost our stealth, I think. It would be really great if it would tell me where they were coming from. If it gave you an indication of the direction the Lost were coming from, like, oh, you can hear them in the distance. Where? Where? Oh, no, they get a full turn? They missed it. They completely.
Shadows take their form. With silver blades and whispered spells we ride against the storm. The maiden fair with tear-stained cheeks awaits a love's return. The phantom ship on haunted seas where ghostly lanterns burn. When Tasseldom's first light appears and banish all our woes. For in this realm of simple joys true magic always flows. The goblins clink, gold chairs they creak, and laughter fills the air. For every soul who graces us, their stories we will share. Oh, sing the song of wanderers, bring with all their tales untold. Of victories and perils faced and treasures gleaming gold. We toast to every valiant heart with stories yet to weave. Come join the fight, the endless night for legends we believe.
Crack.
Oh, you son of a...
He died.
You lost the scripture. I didn't. Oh wait, he didn't have one. Never mind. My bad. My bad. Good call. Good call. Good call.
You'll have a chance to run again one day.
Good call.
You are not together. You should be.
That was hilariously stupid.
That was perfect.
Yeah, that was hilariously stupid.
Come on, Ed, dude. What are you doing?
Just, yeah, screw you, buddy. Screw you. And I believe that's a double move. It is. Blade Storm. Oh, 8 to the face. Hello, buddy. I love how someone said it's going to be crazy when they send all bullshit at you. And look at this. Look at this. They did exactly that. It's not Archons, but it's all in my face, all on top of me. Oh, no, 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 no. You don't get to do that. Raw to you too, asshole. Stay in your lane, butthead. Oh, please group up. Please group up. I love you guys so much. Oh! Raw! Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. Yeah. Damn it. Right in the buttocks. What? In your butt. A sniper bullet. What? In your butt. A sniper bullet. That bitch tagged me in the head. God, I love that clip, dude. That's always been one of my favorite ones. I'm talking shit, just get right in the face, man. Right in the face. All right, so we are back, my dudes, and we're gonna do a little bit of a reading here. Because every chapter we get to show how the crew is looking at us. Captain Solano couldn't help but be impressed by Jara's fearlessness with regard to the mission, despite its evident risks. She was awestruck by Jara's fearlessness when discussing how to address the Harati threat during the senior staff meeting. Ambassador Spock, she performed well under pressure, being questioned by the Queen. So he's still on about the fucking docking clamp shit. You're on the docking clamps. Impressed by responsibility to the crew, but would rather see her thinking independently than following every order. Fair enough. Well, see, that's the thing is like, there's this weird thing in this game where it's like the chain of command doesn't mean anything to a lot of these people, and I'm just like blown the fuck away by this. Because like the chain of command means everything until there's a time it doesn't. And the reason it means everything is because those times when it doesn't are very few and far between. That's why. Captain's order. So everybody's still on my thing about that. Confidence was leaning toward cockiness when she returned. Dude, I just said I was good at my job. How much she values her friendship. Says she doesn't owe him anything for letting her go first. Okay. Oh, nice. He did agree. So he wasn't being flippant. Okay. He agreed with my purely logical approach to working with the ambassador shuttle. Came up with the impression he's smart, pragmatic, and confident. Excellent. And is impressed by skill use of the tractor beam. Excellent. Okay, so we've got through all the character arcs. Let's get back to it, shall we? Star Trek seems to be pretty fast and loose with the whole chain of command stuff. I mean, to be fair to the game, the show, every other episode is somebody violating the chain of command, getting reprimanded for it, but also getting a pat on the back because they did what was right. Which is exactly why when you violate the chain of command is when it's the right time to do it. And it is up to each individual person to determine that. And the problem is, here's the thing. You will suffer consequences, regardless of whether you were right or not. The virtue comes from the fact that you're willing to accept those consequences and violate them because it's the right thing to do. And violate that because it's the right thing to do. That's where the attaboys come from. And the problem is that the shows only show snippets of life aboard a starship in Star Trek, where 99.9% of the time, everything just runs and the chain of command is completely always respected. And if you violate the chain of command for stupid fucking reasons, you will absolutely get your ass run out of Starfleet. Right? So, or violating the prime directive. And that's the point. But see, that's the point of the show, is to show you those extremes so they can test the bounds of those philosophies and all that stuff and push characters to the limit when it comes to their ability to deal with their own philosophical foundations. Just like with Riker, when he was challenged by Captain Jericho to be, like, who are you better than, Commander? Who are you better than? Right? That kind of thing. And it works really well. But the problem is it really does feel like in this game, they're way more lackadaisical about the chain of command. Because here's the thing. If Dr. Duvall said, and rather than saying, but would rather see her thinking independently rather than following the captain's every order, respects her ability to abide by the chain of command, but worries that she's too, what's the word? Reliant on the chain of command or something like that. Like, you can be worried about someone who follows the chain of command no matter what, including doing orders that are unlawful. Like, if they ordered you to genocide a fucking planet, obviously no one's going to fucking follow that order, right? That's the whole thing, right? It has to be lawful and it has to be the right thing to do. And 99% of the time, both of those things are true. Even Spock has defied orders before, right? Because the chain of command is important. But sometimes the chain of command is in the way of doing the correct thing. And that's when you violate it. But you still will suffer consequences. That's the point. And you have to be okay with the consequences, because the consequences make it the right thing. That's what makes it a virtue, is that you're willing to pay for it. Because if you're not willing to pay for it and you think you should be let off the hook because you did the right thing, then you didn't understand the assignment. Absolutely didn't understand the assignment. Cisco's crew did obey to make the planet uninhabitable. And the reason why he did that and the reason why they followed it, one is because Worf was a tactical, so even he was a little bit hesitant, but he was like, Captain, all right, yep, we're doing it. And the biggest reason is because it destroyed the biosphere. It did not actually kill anybody. Everybody on the planet had more than enough time to escape. So they even offered relief. They even sent relief ships from DS9, I believe, to help them with the evacuation. Was it a war crime? Yes, but it was probably one of the least horrible war crimes you could commit in war by a Starfleet officer, right? Because he didn't actually kill anybody, But he did destroy an entire planet's biosphere for like 50 years. Yeah, he did some really shady shit. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I like Sisko is because he is the quintessential. He's not Picard on a soapbox. He is Picard if he were actually challenged with actual fucking hard decisions that had actual fucking consequences, where it could destroy literally fucking everything. Where the Federation would be ground to dust. It's just like when Picard ordered them not to use the virus against the Borg that would kill them. And I think he made the wrong decision. I absolutely do. I absolutely do. Even with the knowledge he had at the beginning, you're not committing genocide. That's not what it is. If their own mechanical and technological processes that they claim are absolutely perfect can't deal with your bullshit, that's their fucking problem. Right? They started it, we finish it. Simple. Right? Just like fucking genociding the founders was a perfectly acceptable thing. Because they were going to grind the Federation to dust. And so literally giving them a genetic disease that would kill them all is the best gun to the head weapon the Federation could have possibly used. And it's the only reason the Federation won. It's the only reason they won. Is because Section 31 literally gave them a genetically engineered disease that was going to kill them all. Jane from Firefly, the chain of command is what I beat you with until you realize who's in command. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like Sisko. He punched Q and intimidates Worf. Exactly. Well, I mean, you got to realize is that even Picard intimidated Worf, but for different reasons, right? Sisko was more of a. He was how should I put this? Picard was the diplomat, and Kirk was the cowboy. Sisko is like the best blend of both, in my opinion, because he's got that. He definitely has that shoot from the hip, take the risk, like swing for the fences kind of deal. But he also has that, reserved, military bearing, dignified side of himself as well. He can play both parts. And to be fair, so could Kirk and Picard. It's just Picard was more of that diplomat. That's how he was portrayed through most of it, where he could, throw down if he needed to. And Kirk was more of the throw down poker type, and he could definitely be a diplomat if he needed to. Whereas Sisko feels like a more balanced version of both of them, at least until the Dominion War. And then Sisko comes into his fucking own and is truly only Sisko. Like, destroying that biosphere, that is Sisko. Kirk might have done it, but not like Sisko did it. Picard wouldn't have done it, but Sisko did. And that's why Sisko's a badass. Sisko literally sacrificed his soul to save the Federation. Cheers. The Borg do invent new tech, by the way. That is a misconception. They just don't do it the way we do.
Diaz and Edsolar. Where is the crystal formation that you found in the shuttle? I have tasked Ensign Calloway with performing a full analysis of the tetrametric pulses.
Okay.
Security brought it to the containment lab.
I was just there. They don't know anything about it.
Wait, what?
Security never checked it in.
Miranda never got there?
What?
She's the one that had the crystal formation?
Yeah. Her and the rest of the security detail from the negotiations.
Diaz, Tamaris. Carter Diaz to Miranda Maris.
This is bad.
Commander Westbrook to Petty Officer Miranda Maris. Respond.
I want to say this for the record. I don't blame Carter or Petty Officer Ed Salar, because Maris is part of security, so it absolutely makes sense that if we find something dangerous, that security would be a part of what's going on, and that the freaking tricorder jockeys would, stand behind the wall of meat to take their readings, right? That's definitely a thing of how that works, so it makes complete sense about how that went down as far as this story goes. I still think it should have been handled completely differently based on my experience on a nuclear submarine and how such a thing should actually be fucking handled. Like, oh my God, this is... But anyway, we're dealing with Star Trek, right? So we gotta suspend that disbelief.
Something's not right.
Yeah.
She's still on the ship. She has to be.
Computer, locate Petty Officer Miranda Maris.
Is she a traitor?
Petty Officer Miranda Maris is in the isolinear storage array on Deck 5.
I'll go find her.
What?
Good.
Somebody
I'm
replace
sure
her?
Mr. Diaz can attend to this on his own.
The more Borg are a machine parasite, they rely on other life and technology existing to sustain themselves. This is true. This is true. The thing about it is that they rely is a strong word. The Borg could never assimilate another species, and they would be able to survive on their own pretty much indefinitely, just being able to do whatever they want. And they do develop things. It's just a different way than we do. A lot of the machinations behind the Borg Collective are essentially within the paradigm of Unimatrix 001. What do we got here? Examine server. Because, like, how could the Borg have gone to fluidic space to encounter species 8472 if they weren't experimenting and evolving without technological assimilation? Basically, when the Federation found the Borg, they were basically so dominant in their own area of the galaxy, they didn't need to have advanced technology because they could just absorb everybody else's because they were more technological. They basically just were stronger, right? So they didn't need to innovate. Once they encounter the Federation and they start meeting an actual enemy that can fight back properly, then they have to start doing it. It's literally an evolution over every single episode you see them in, from TNG to Voyager. The reason they started using consoles again in Borg cubes is because the Federation were using the fact that it's a completely decentralized computer. A Borg cube is. That's the reason they started using consoles, is because the Federation was able to take advantage of the fact that they were a completely decentralized computer matrix, and because of that reason, they were able to. So that's why they did it. And technically, you could say that it's because maybe they assimilated Starfleet officers, and that's why. But that doesn't make much sense because every other species uses fucking consoles, right? So why would they do it after only doing the Federation, unless it were a literal adaptation that they made in response to the Federation being able to take advantage of the fact that their entire way their systems were working, where they were completely decentralized. So they were sleeping on laurel. Yes, something like that. You could say that. It's basically the Borg adapt. Normally, before that, the Borg only had to adapt to be stronger. But them being stronger didn't allow them to adapt to the Federation. Them having military strength and the fact that we were so far away did not give them the edge they needed against us. Because essentially it's because we're so goddamn clever.
Someone improperly pulled these isolinear chips.
Will we get a Q-like entity in this? I don't think so. Not a Q-like entity, anyway. But yes, so, and like I said, the Borg have their own ability to do things on their own, independent of any other species. So, like I said, they technically could just stay in their own space and do their own thing and make their own babies and all that other stuff. They have all that technology to do it, but that's not the thing that drives them, right? So rely is like a really strong word, is why I went through all that bullshit, right? It's because they can develop technology on their own. They can develop things, especially if they've heard of them, right? One of the reasons why they were able to access fluidic space is not because they learned the technology from somebody else, it's because they heard about it from somebody else. They heard that there was this, they discovered a species that had discovered the realm, and that's how they finally got to fluidic spaces. They had to experiment on how to get there. Why are women named Miranda always dubious in fiction? Isn't that like a pseudonym for a bewitcher or some shit in some fucking ancient shit from our past or something like that? Like Jezebel is, kind of deal? Isn't that a thing? Like, I thought Miranda was always like Mirage or something like that, like a synonym name kind of deal. I don't know. Ooh. Okay, we got some isolinear shit.
Did this?
Yeah, and funnily enough, the Borg couldn't figure out how to assimilate species 8472 either. So the same strength I was talking about how they can innovate, the problem is it requires large amounts of time, and they basically do it through a brute force effort, right? Where it's like trial and error. And because they couldn't assimilate Species 8472, they literally needed Federation help to learn how to do it. But once we taught them how to do it, they learned how to do it. Easy. And I'll believe you. I'll tell you what, it scared the shit out of Species 8472. All I know is, why don't you have a phaser, and why don't you have a security team with you? She's literally got some kind of security threat to the ship. There should at least, like, he should have went by security and picked up at least 2 dudes. Ain't nothing back there. Alright, I'm enjoying being in Star Trek. Very much enjoying this. Unconscious on the floor? No. Chips?
What the?
Oh, it's just you. I'm busy right now. Why don't you come back later?
I called you on the comm badge. Twice. Commander Westbrook, too. Why didn't you answer?
Oh, I guess I was just caught up in my work. But I'm through here, so I can't stay and chat. I have other things to do. Sorry you came all this way for nothing.
But hold on a second. Commander Westbrook said the crystal formation we found in the shuttle never made it to the containment lab.
Yeah, super sus.
He sent me to find you.
Super sus.
I don't know why he'd say that. I brought the crystals to the lab myself. Whatever he told you, he got it wrong. All I know is where I left them.
If that's the case, let's both go down there and find them. It's that simple.
I don't have time for that. I have work to do.
Bitch, this is your fucking job. What the fuck are you talking about?
Look, I appreciate that you came to check on me, but I'm fine. You worry too much. We're on a starship. Nothing's gonna happen to me here.
Miranda, you can be honest with me. Are you in some kind of trouble? The crystals are missing, and now I don't even know what you're doing in here pulling ISOs.
Will you drop it? I don't like being interrogated, Carter.
Hey, wait up!
Damn, she fast. Well, call security. What are you doing?
I'm getting some very mixed
You have a
signals
comm
from
badge.
you right now.
Security to ISO room. Hello, security, security.
I'm sorry.
Hello.
I'm under a lot of stress right now. Just tell Chovak or whoever I don't know where the crystals are, and let me go about my business. I know
Mind
we have
control,
some
maybe.
things to figure out. I don't have time to stand around and debate with you. Not right now.
If you won't give me a straight answer, you can tell them yourself.
This doesn't concern you, so I'm good with that.
Miranda, hold on.
He is channeling his inner red.
Get out of my
Technically,
way.
she's the red shirt. Just in case you're wondering.
So I see you found each other.
You were taking so long, the commander sent us to see what the problem was. Diaz, you were sent here with specific orders, and fighting your crewmate wasn't one of them. What the hell is going on here?
Let's just let them explain.
I'd like to hear that, because I know what it looks like.
There's something seriously wrong with her. She's not herself, I'm telling you.
What does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
Well, for one, she was copying data onto this.
This drive is unauthorized.
There are ISOs all over the floor.
Why didn't I just say that?
And that's why I was in here, investigating this situation.
Oh, yeah.
And when Carter came looking for me, we got our wires crossed. It wasn't anything more than that.
Even if that was true, it still doesn't answer what happened to the crystal formation that she took. And she isn't helping.
I can't tell you what I don't know. I brought them where they belonged, and that's where I left them.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think we need to call it into security.
Yes!
She can explain herself in the brig.
Yes! Why didn't we do this from the fucking beginning? Security should have been involved from the moment she didn't answer her goddamn comm badge is the moment security should have got fucking involved. She's a goddamn security officer. Ah! Okay.
Hold
Suspending
on.
disbelief.
We don't need to put this on anyone's permanent record. Carter said you're not yourself.
I mean, he is an officer.
If something's wrong with you, we should head to sickbay and the doc will fix you right up.
So he's at least one
Yeah,
IQ deviation above.
I haven't felt right since I came back from Hotari. I think I should see the doctor.
You two know her? If you really think she's not well, we can take her to sickbay first. But what I know is this is a security breach.
He's correct.
And we should treat it as such.
Please, just let me go see the doctor.
Nope. Nope. Nope.
This is Petty Officer Diaz.
Nope.
I need a security team to Deck 5.
Nope.
This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. All right. I'm okay. Handle it. I am not sad to send her to the brig. Are you fucking kidding me? Like unfortunately, the game got it wrong. Because it shouldn't be, oh, I think she needs to go to sickbay. Okay, so we call security, they escort her to the goddamn sickbay, and then the doctor can do scans. And then once the scans are done, while they're being analyzed, she can go to the fucking brig. Like, or the doctor could go to a house call on the brig. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Someone gets it. Someone fucking gets it. Because it's not that, like, this wasn't even really a hard choice. Like, my entire thing is he should have called security the moment he saw the ISO chips all fucked up. No, I'm just going to say this. This is the guy that fucked up. This guy right here. You want to know why it's this guy's responsibility? Because he was the senior officer on duty, and he had a security officer that had a dangerous item that was unchecked and unregulated on the ship, and he could not get a hold of that individual. Once even giving a command to them, they did not respond. That should have immediately triggered security. Like, I'm like yellow, like there should have been a yellow alert thing going on. You have something aboard the ship that's potentially dangerous. The security officer involved with taking it into custody is not answering their calls, and it never arrived to security for containment. This is a yellow alert situation. This motherfucker is responsible. He should have sent security with this motherfucker, or excuse me, with Carter, to go find her. That's what should have happened. Men and women with fucking phasers following Carter around. Oh, you feel sick? You need to go to the sick bay? People with phasers, please escort her to the sick bay so that we can check her out. Oh my God. I mean, this is just normal Star Trek. But that's the thing. Like, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about military stuff and like the way things should work, as far as like, if a thing happens, these are the things that should happen next if you are in a competent military command structure, right? So the first thing that should have happened as soon as they couldn't get a hold of her, this guy should have issued, at the very least, sent security, if not issued a yellow alert and immediately informed the captain of what was going on. And the XO of what was going on. He was in command. This guy is a lieutenant commander. He is subordinate to this guy via rank. Not to mention the fact that, well, yeah, via rank. He's the chief engineer. He's the chief science officer, right? I think he's the chief engineer. Either he's that or he's the chief engineer. I don't remember. I don't remember which one of them it is. Doesn't matter. The point is that he was the officer in charge, and so it's his responsibility to do this. And the reason this happened is because of fucking him. He should have sent security down there at the very least, if not declared a yellow alert and alerted the captain to what was going on, so that the entire fucking ship could have been alerted that there is a potentially dangerous thing on the ship that could fucking blow it up. Protocol exists for a reason, and that's what I'm getting at. Is it's not a thing of them. Characters being written incompetent to drive the plot. It's that the writers are incompetent when it comes to these kinds of situations. They have no idea how this type of situation would end up actually playing out in real life when you're dealing with a competent chain of command, right? Because they don't understand that, they can't write that. So they write it from their civilian type perspective. That's the problem that we ran into here, especially with the dichotomy of calling security or going to sickbay. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You get security to take her to sickbay. Dude, what fucking planet do you live on? Jesus. Are we not in Star Trek? You could literally just site-to-site transport her ass. Not fuck. Okay. So it's like I said, it's not just that they're incompetent. That's not really what it is, because they're acting competently. The problem is that the writers don't know how this would truly play out in real life, so they have no idea what's going on, right? So they can't write it well enough. So a layman may see this and just be like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. But anybody who's in the know is immediately going to see like, this is just fucking retarded. All right. Get at it. Give me 1 second. What lies beneath? Tango stripping in the darkness? Yeah. I was getting warm, dude, but I don't like just wearing a white tee. Because I'm really white, so it like doesn't really work for me, if you know what I'm saying? So, I got my hat. I think we're good. Like I gotta channel my redneck into the stream, you know what I mean? That's how you make it entertaining. So we're on a clandestine mission where a shuttlecraft just kind of flies to the moon with nobody noticing. Nobody sees it. Now, obviously it's possible, but they didn't even hang a lantern on to how we got here. Obviously, we did some really like sleuthy shit, like hit our magnetic signature or some other techno-babbly bullshit. Ah, good stuff, good stuff. I would have liked to have flown here. I'm just saying. So if you guys who made this game ever make another game and you do a clandestine mission like that, can we fly here too? Because that would have been fun, right? To have to navigate through, oh, there's a sensor network over here and you have to like, you know, slide over here, turn off all the power and wait for it to fly by. Like that shit would be, I think that would be cool. In a game like this where it's literally a Star Trek adventure game, chef's kiss, baby, chef's kiss. I want to fly more shuttlecraft. Yep, I want to shoot more phasers. And I definitely cannot wait to do some more talkie-talkie. Absolutely. I'm having a great time, dude. As much as I criticize.
Rydick here.
This is Zermatt. Any trouble getting to the surface?
I'm really starting to miss transporters.
I know, right?
As long as this storm is around, you'd better learn to like shuttles. But if you can find the cause of the interference, we might be able to get back to transporting.
As if I needed another incentive. We both know there's a lot more than that riding on this.
Fair enough. You'll need to get in and out of the mine undetected, so I hope Minister Tylus can help in that regard.
So do I.
And to keep this covert, we'll refrain from contact unless absolutely necessary.
As it echoes through
Understood.
the chasm.
Rydick out.
Rydick out! We're on a stealth mission! Just in case you were wondering. And it's just amazing Beryl saying the thing that just writers don't know what competent looks like because they couldn't get an ex-military guy to proofread it. Like it is one of those things. It's not even about a military guy. It's like if because you also have to know Star Trek, right? So you have to know Federation protocols and how they do the chain of command, because it is slightly different. Like all the things I'm saying are about chain of command are actually true when it comes to the United States military. It's just far more strict. Where if you violate the chain of command, even if it's to do the right thing, it's gonna be very bad for you. Very, very bad for you. Chain of command is a huge deal in our military, and violating it comes with extreme consequences, like up to and including death. Okay, so as long as your orders are not to like execute civilians, you fucking better follow them. There are rare exceptions. Nuclear power plant operators like myself, I could ignore orders if they would place the ship in danger, but of course I would have to defend myself. So it's not something you do lightly. Shame they don't have those inner mind modules that allow inner voice chatting like in Ghost in the Shell and Deus Ex Human Revolution. Yeah, didn't they also have it in that commie fucking game? What is it called? Like a point and click adventure where it's like isometric. I forget what it's called, but I heard that was pretty good too. And the inner voice monologue would be cool. I don't know how well it would work. It would work better than them doing the fucking, as you know, the fucking that they continue to do in this game. It just irks me something fierce. But again, like I said, even as much as I criticize this game for its problems or the faults that I find with it, I am playing a Star Trek game that makes me feel like I'm in the universe. Incompetent security and all. So I'm still happy, right? Still happy. Because I can't be mad at them for writing Star Trek the way Star Trek's always been written, from a non-military person's perspective. Because like I said, you can't just use the military, right? Because if you just have a military dude in there, he's gonna cry over all the stupid shit that they're talking about. Like you'll never get anything out of him because of all the chain of command stuff that I brought up earlier, right? With her saying this about how thinking independently instead of following captain's orders, like. A normal person who's been in our military would be like, what the fuck is this bitch even talking about? Like what? Like she needs to be fired. Like get her out of the military right now. She's gone. You're done. Because that's exactly what that kind of mentality would do, is it would basically be able to, they'd be able to drum you out of the military for that. Came out merch earlier than this tech in those games. True. But it's also one of these deals where you need someone who understands Star Trek as well as military chain of command, because the military chain of command is slightly different in Star Trek because of these attitudes like this lady has. This is a more common attitude, and it's more pervasive in Starfleet because Starfleet is not a solely military organization. It is military-like, and I would call it a military organization, but it is not super strict like our military is, like our professional military is, or the professional militaries of other species in the universe, right? Like the Klingons or the Romulans or the Cardassians specifically, the more warlike, totalitarian peoples, right? Don't even follow what you would call basic shipboard Coast Guard regs on civilian ships. Yeah, I know, right? It is very, very rough. And one of the main reasons, though, is because they have artificial gravity. Even though every time they get in an emergency, the ship shakes and shit falls everywhere, you should still stow it, right? It's like not having seatbelts. It's retarded. If you can't apply military chain of command rules on Star Trek because Starfleet is not really a military organization, but that's the whole point of what I'm talking about. It isn't wholly a military organization, but it is a military organization. Who fights the wars? Starfleet. He who fights the wars is the military. That's just the way it works. Just because they have, like, the United States Navy does all kinds of scientific research, oceanic research, biological research. Do you know how much money the United States military spends fucking studying whales and dolphins and all kinds of other bullshit? Does that make the United States Navy not a military organization just because they do science on the side? This has been an ongoing thing in Star Trek since the very beginning, right? Do you remember Star Trek 6? What was it? They were talking about mothballing the fucking Starfleet because the Klingons were no longer a threat. It's like, but you've got Romulans. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, I never understood this peacenik bullshit mentality that so many people in the Federation, especially in fucking Starfleet, who actually have fought in wars, have about all this shit. And it really comes down to the writers not really understanding that mentality at all, right? Because obviously you want scientists in the upper echelons of Starfleet Command because they will balance the Warhawks, who would be like me, who are be like, no, we need a more formal chain of command. We need more, military structure. And you've got the scientists over here. It's like, no, we need to be more peaceful and caring and all this bullshit. You come to a compromise and you get a more humanistic version of what a military should be, right? Because you should think like this. You should be thinking independently. You should be, because you are a thinking, feeling human being. And you should not just follow orders. We all know that, right? We all know that. And this is the way it should be. But the problem is that it goes too far in the other direction for it to be any kind of like competent military organization to be able to fight wars. Like the military organization that the Federation pretends to be would never survive a war with the Klingons, the Romulans, the Cardassians, or the Borg, or the fucking Dominion. None of them. They would have lost completely. But that's because they're not. All this peacenik bullshit immediately flies out the fucking window as soon as somebody with a big gun starts aiming them at you, right? And that's exactly what happens every time, which is why Starfleet is a military organization. Just because it does other stuff doesn't mean it's not. No, it wasn't cosplaying as a military organization until the Dominion War. Do you know how many wars there were the Federation has had since its founding? The Dominion War was not the first, nor was it the first to be an existential threat to the Federation. The Klingon Empire, the Klingon Federation War nearly destroyed the Federation. The U.S. Navy does science on the side. Starfleet does military stuff as a side gig. See, that's the thing, is I think that's the problem, is that's not the way it should be, right? Because if Starfleet is the main defense of the Federation, their first duty is to the civilians of the Federation to protect them. And if you're not doing that because you want to go fucking look at space dust, then you are putting your own wants and needs above your duty to protect the civilians that enable you to be in the situation that you are in. You know what I'm saying? So it's a competence flaw in the people who are writing it, making it this way, not necessarily in Starfleet in and of itself, because there are absolutely dudes in the books like Captain Calhoun, who are absolutely the more military type of men that I'm talking about. And they are written very well. They're written exactly like I'm talking about. And they do fairly well inside Starfleet too, because he's an alien that comes from a more militaristic culture. And so they kind of just let him get away with it, essentially. Kind of like a Klingon would with Worf and stuff. You know, they bend it a little bit for him. And so it can be done. You just need the correct people to be able to do it, right? It's just like the same kind of thing when you write a script for Star Trek. You put in like, oh, insert technobabble here, insert technobabble here, insert technobabble here. That's what it looks like they did with this. And the reason you do that is because the writers who can write good dialogue can't write good technobabble, because they don't know the technobabble right. It's just like we should have the same thing with the military shit. Like anytime there's like stuff like this that is like competence within a military structure, there should be someone who's like analyzing it and being like, how would this exactly play out? What are the choices that we can actually make that feel realistic in this situation for the setting that we're in? Like, or not realistic, authentic. That's a better word for it, authentic. Of course, when you make security incompetent in Star Trek, I guess you are getting the authentic experience, aren't you? It definitely shouldn't be, but that's the luxury space communism for you. Right on, dude. Right on, right? Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Let's go. This is why I love Star Trek, man. So many different ideas, so many different interpretations. Oh, it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Because there are people who want Starfleet to be the fucking hippy-dippy, peacenik bullshit that the Vulcans wish it was, right? And that's perfectly fine. Because that keeps assholes like me in check, right? That's exactly what it does. And that's what you want, right? You always want people who are more peaceful and want to have a diplomatic solution compared with people who are warhawks, because they tend to balance each other out. Depending on how extreme they are, of course.
The ionic interference is coming from underground. I should find a safer way down there.
Yeah, jumping off the cliff is probably not a good idea. Oh, that's her. That's our contact. Sometimes, dude, the like stuttering. Maybe I need to turn on sync. Oh, VSync is on. Whoa. Okay, that might have been bad. My frame rate shot up to like 300. Is there a there's not. Okay, so it's steadying off at 200. All right. We should be good then.
I saw your shuttle take off. Hopefully no one else did. It's good to see you. Even under these unfortunate circumstances.
When you called to give us a scan, it sounded like they caught you. I was worried you'd been hurt.
It was nothing I couldn't handle.
Lead the way. I'll fill you in on what we've learned about the situation.
Follow me.
And I just want to say this, because let's be real. Star Trek is not about all these things that I've been bitching about, right? It's not about necessarily being competent military. It's not about chain of command. It's about exploring who we are. That's what Star Trek is really about. And that's why I love Star Trek. And I can bitch and moan about all these other little things because they really don't matter in the long run. I would like to see them. I would absolutely put in work to help make it happen 100%. But I love Star Trek, even the way it is, because Gene Roddenberry definitely made something special. And he made sure that the like autistic nerd inside me gets all the juicy technobabble I could possibly have, as well as exploring the depths of humanity. Right? That is something special. Something very special. And I feel like a lot of the modern Star Trek shit doesn't really capture that. And I'm not sure if this one really does, or it's just the fact that I'm playing Star Trek, right? Because that really, like, I really immerse myself in these. It's really great. As much as I pause it and fucking rant.
The device Galvin and Sidron brought back from the mines is being used to control some sort of warp disruption weapon that has the Resolute trapped in Hotari space. According to our readings...
Let me try this. Now that I've turned off VSync, let's turn back on motion blur and see if
the
that
power
makes
source for that device is on this moon, at the specific coordinates I sent you.
That feels pretty good.
That sounds impossible. But explains the rumors of the Hotari controlling the ionic storm.
Can't rant something you don't love, right?
I strongly suspect the device was created by an ancient empire known as the Takan.
The Takan?
Once the most powerful civilization in the galaxy. But they've been gone for over 600,000 years.
It's hard to believe there's something like that on Tau.
Which is why I need proof. If we find hard evidence that Galvin and his allies are hiding dangerous Takan technology, I can convince the Federation to let us intervene.
You see what I mean about the decision not being binary? See what I mean? And the writers feel like they're doing a pretty good job so far. Doesn't Starfleet have a proper military branch? Ships walking around power armor in the normal case of Starship life? No. No. The silliness is why I prefer B5. Yeah, they definitely did the military part a lot better. 100%. Because the thing about it is like the reason that I'm so... one of the reasons why I'm so about the stuff in Star Trek is because it comes off as incompetent. That is why I bitch about the whole military chain of command and about how they're handling all these things, is because it does come off as incompetent. Because even if they're not a military, if they were a well-organized organization that taught their people how to follow proper protocols, which which Starfleet does teach their people to do, absolutely 100%, you know they do. You got to go to a fucking Starfleet Academy for 4 years just to be an officer, right? Like, come on now. Like, we know they teach this shit. But as an advanced organization as they are, even if they were peaceful and peacenik, would you really expect Vulcans to be that fucking incompetent? No. So why should we expect humans to be that incompetent, right? Because it's logical that these things that I'm talking about, right? Not just respecting the chain of command as far as as far as like their opinions. I'm talking about like how they handle these situations when it involves a chain of command, or how they handled the fact that Miranda, that was her name, right? Petty Officer Maris wouldn't answer her thing, right? So even if you're not a military organization, the competent thing to do would be to call whatever forces you have that are security based, whatever they happen to be, and inform whoever your superior in the organization is of what's going on, considering you have something dangerous on your ship. Right? So it's like, it's not even the fact that it's military that's the problem. It's the fact that they are actually incompetent as an organization based on how they handle some of these situations. And a lot of it is due to writing choices that are not optimal. I don't want to say it's poor writing choices. It's just non-optimal writing choices that would make them appear more competent without making them superhuman, right? Because there are several times in this game where a situation has gone down where I could have arrived at the same outcome. So I could have started at A and ended up at C, right? But they used B, but I could use D to make it better. Or excuse me, let me rephrase it. They started at A, they want to get to C, and they used D instead of B. Or let's use F. They use F instead of B to get from A to C. Well, that's wrong. That's incompetent. You want to use B. And so I could have arrived at the same story beat, like at the end, without having to use a fucked up method to get there that they used, right? You could still have the same exact story, but it could be played out a lot better so that it feels more like a competent military organization. Even if they're not a military, you would still want a competent organization, right? Just because you're not a military doesn't mean you're fucking all incompetence, especially when it comes to like things like this, right? Do you think the people that are civilian, like rescuers and stuff like that, who fly helicopters and shit, do you not think that they follow proper protocols and have all these types of stuff for emergencies and things like that? Like, of course they do, because it's what makes fucking sense, right? Anyway.
Understood. We're almost there.
And it's definitely one of those situations where if I had been able to read the script and saw that scene where he was, whether to call security or take her to sick bay, like that could have played out. I could have arrived at the same exact spot with the choices, but I could have gotten there in a much better way that looked more competent, especially with calling the security forces. Because imagine this dude, bro, immediately goes to yellow alert, or instead of going to yellow alert, because he's like, just in case you don't want to alert somebody who's doing something sabotagey to your ship, right? That you know they're there. So maybe you don't go to yellow alert, but he immediately calls security. He gets a security detail to go with Carter to find her, right? In the isolinear lab where the computer says she is. And then he immediately informs the captain of the situation. Carter goes and gets the security people. They go to the thing and they find exactly what they find Miranda doing. He's trying to talk to her, but instead of just him by himself, he's got a security detail behind him. And so she can't, and so the same back and forth could happen, but you don't have the same like subtle idiocy of the fact that he went there fucking alone. Right? It's because like, imagine she had the crystal and she turned it into a bomb or a weapon. Well, now you're dead. And nobody knows you're dead, and nobody's going to be able to know, right? You've done something so incompetent that you've made the situation worse. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. We could have had the same outcome, but gotten there in a much more competent way, especially with an organization like Starfleet. Because I do not buy the whole, just because Picard says it's not a military does not make it so, right? Just because he says it doesn't make it so. And all you have to do is actually watch them, what they do, not what you have to watch what people do, not what they say. You have to watch what they do, not what they say.
That's the mine?
Prospect 614 North, Subdivision 20.
It's enormous.
Just one of the thousands across Tau. The pride of Hotari.
How do we get inside?
The structure that circles the mine has entry points for transporting equipment into the lower levels. They're guarded, but nothing I can't get past using my authority.
Well, that's good to hear.
As long as you can avoid being seen, I should be able to talk my way past any miner. And provide a little distraction for you in the process.
How do I avoid being seen?
You don't use the door.
Fair enough.
How dare you? Don't you know who I am? I am Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
That's not...
The Queen would be furious to hear you tried to deny me entry.
the Queen. But I just...
You just what? Just now realize the trouble you've made for yourself? And who exactly do you think you're going to report this to? Because I'll be reporting it as well, to someone much further up the ladder. You have no authority here. Do you understand who pays your wage? This instance, you will regret everything you've said. You should have opened the doors the second I...
We're sneaking, boys. Sneaky, sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. Of course. Can you not? Oh, you can't crouch with the tricorder. That is so dumb.
How could a fellow Hotari not understand this?
That is so dumb.
I've reached the end of my patience.
They're not gonna let me scan it?
I told you, I can't just...
Now.
Right, it's the only glowing bit in the whole place.
Okay. Let's get a look inside you.
Okay. Focus. What is that? Signal receiver that controls field activation. Well, well, well. Okay, we got nothing like that. Prevents solid matter from passing through. Okay.
Full system access. Let's see if I can just... Bingo.
Prevents solid matter from getting through. Or, you know, you could just climb on top of the gantry and just kind of shimmy across it. Just saying.
Better hurry. Not sure how long she can keep him busy.
Okay.
Might be rigged to only open for registered users. No control panel here. I should take a look with my tricorder.
No, really? Ah. I found the thing. Why can you not crouch with the tricorder? I do not understand this. It's so dumb. Like, literally, you're crouched, and you just whip it out, and you're just holding it like this and just waddle. Oh, fuck, dude. Come on. It's crewed by peak Xennials who never touch grass, hence all the technobabble and no idea how to stuff. Oh, shit. Alright, there we go. I was like, why the hell is my shit not working? Oh, that's why it told me. Okay, so there we go. Crouch. That's why it said I can't crouch with the tricorder, because I needed to crouch to get to the thing, so I could use my tricorder on it.
Something in here is keeping that door closed.
Processes DNA scans, does not store records, used only to trigger for activation. Wow.
Got it. Should remove the security check on the door.
Technically, why would you remove the security check? Why wouldn't you just force it to open because you activate the little thing that stores all the things? right? You could just activate that and trigger that. That way it makes the door, rather than being overridden, it makes it look like somebody who had authorization walked through the door. That way, it doesn't look like somebody entered without authorization. Because if you shut down the security system, they're going to know you did it. They're going to know somebody did it to shut it down, rather than potentially wasting time tracking down the dude that, you know, triggered it, and him having to like testify that he didn't actually do that. It buys you a little bit more time. And one of the funniest things about it is that I read a lot of the Star Trek books. So this is why it bothers me that some of these things happen, because the writers for the books know this. Many of them talk about it openly in the books with their characters. About in one of the Starfleet Corps of Engineer books, they are in like some kind of crazy fucking situation where it's a couple of the enlisted engineers and one of their officers and a bunch of security bros. And the security bros are really good at security, but they only know how to use their tech. They don't really know how to, you know, take it apart and make a fucking disruptor array out of it, right? All they had to do is, you know, basic maintenance and to put it together, right? And so the engineers teach them how to use their tricorders to like configure the phasers to do kind of some really cool shit that would give them like a tactical advantage. And it's a really great like exploration of how you combine the like scientific acumen of Starfleet with the military prowess of Starfleet security people, right? Because they do know how to fight, right? They are literally trained on how to fight with modern technology and modern equipment for Star Trek. And it really should be basic. Like every security dude should know how to take their rifle apart, put it back together again, take it apart, and make a deflector dish out of it. They absolutely should know how to do that, because you never know when that kind of shit could come in handy. Because guess what deflector dishes do? They can generate fields that, I don't know, deflect things. Like solid objects, or potentially energy. I could think of several uses. That would be several instances in which I've read some Star Trek stuff where that could come in handy. You know what I mean? Really? Really?
I didn't come here to educate an imbecile on royal protocol.
Of course not, Minister.
So I will be about my business here, and you will take yourself out of my sight.
He's just like, God damn it, I hate this bitch.
There you are.
You really let that guy have it.
It worked, didn't it? I'm used to having to throw my weight around. Hard to get anyone to listen to you otherwise.
Fair enough.
I'm impressed. I didn't know you had it in you.
There's a lot you don't know about me. Underestimate me at your peril.
Marzo Wiki, they talked about that in Star Trek TNG. Personal deflector fields are very hard to do for two factors. Power generation, because they require so much more power than like a phased array thing, because it's consistently generating a physical barrier. And two, when you're doing it to a starship or any kind of thing that flies, you can create an actual barrier all the way around it. It never has to it rarely, if ever, has to interact with another object other than for collision purposes, which you want it to protect you from, right? Whereas a personal deflector shield has to wrap around your body perfectly. And if it doesn't, it could cut limbs off, right? So, you know, if it improperly connects with the floor and decides to go under the floor, it could take chunks out of the floor and you couldn't move. It could take your legs out. It could take your arms out. You know, if you're talking about just something that generates like a field out from you, it's not nearly as effective if you get at an angle, right? So it would have to be something that was multiple generators with multiple fields in multiple directions that exist at least a good arm length away from you, so that you can't act, because for them to be able to block stuff like that specifically, you would have to be able to not like reach through it and things like this, right? Or you would have to have an even more sophisticated system that would recognize your ability to go through it. This is why all these things are impractical to have like personal force fields, right? But, you know, attaching like a deflector type array to a vest and using that to deflect things, it's entirely possible. But again, it's all about power, and it requires so much more power to deflect something like that than it does to generate something like that, right?
The catwalks were booby-trapped.
Galvin and Sidron have gone to great lengths to keep out the enemy.
If you want, I could draw you some diagrams and explain it better, but that's essentially what it is.
Well, we're inside. Where do you want to start?
The ionic interference is coming from below us. We need to go deeper.
That lift goes down, at least to the changeover station. But we can't use it without DNA authorization from one of the guards.
I have an idea, but we need a few samples of DNA from the miners who work here.
Samples?
Fingerprints, sweat, blood.
Which will trick the machine and get us control of the lift.
That's the theory. Let's test it.
And not only that, you also have the so that's true, but again, you're talking about something that requires lots of power. It's not fairly stable, especially when you're attached to a humanoid body, because you've got to move and stuff like that, and you don't move like a starship does, right? You move differently than that. It's also one of the deals where, how should I put this? Different types of weapons do different types of damage, right? So phasers burn and disintegrate. Disruptor beams are essential, like thermal shock weapons, where they rip the molecules apart. They rip the bonds and the molecules apart, causing small explosions. So when you're hit with a disruptor beam, it literally explodes with all of the chemical energy that your bonds hold, that are holding all the chemical bonds together. All that energy is basically ripped apart and released into your body. And these also have different effects on shields. For instance, disruptors are a little bit less effective against shields, just like plasma is. Plasma's better at burning armor and stuff like that. So if you're up against someone with a phaser, they're going to delete your shields like they don't even fucking exist. Because phasers are really fucking good at disseminating energy to shields because of how the phased array system works. And especially if you have a phased array plasma weapon, which is using the phased arrays to shoot highly energetic plasma toward the target, you're talking about even more energy and more dispersion. And not only that, once your shields are down, that plasma is going to eat through any armor that you may have and corrode and burn your flesh like nothing you've ever fucking felt, right? So, yeah. It's because it's impractical. That's the main reason. They have existed. In TNG, Worf actually fucking built one, and he talked about all these things that I'm talking about, right? That's why in the video games, when they have them, everybody is just like, fuck it, whatever, who cares? Because it's about having fun, not about and it's a video game mechanic, not about being necessarily super true to lore. Because if that were the case, then everybody would have one. Okay. Am I scanning the pits? Hang on a second. Oh, I was like, why does it look like the sun? It's not. It's the ship. Well, she walked up to the edge, right? So I thought maybe that's what she was going. Oh, so yeah, I'm done. Hang on a second. So, why did they walk up to here?
That's an enormous tractor beam.
One of our strongest. The miners dump everything they find into the center, and the tractor beam moves it all up into the collector ship.
You sound a little proud of it.
The Illydians may have given us new tools, but the methods of excavation are all Hotari designed.
Okay, so it does not... Do I need to go up to the... Oh, yeah, okay. So, pick this out. So, I'm pretty sure...
What's in all these containers?
These contain mining supplies, tools, energy packs for machinery.
Shouldn't mining supplies be inside the mines?
It is troubling. If the workers here aren't mining...
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're using it for much.
There's DNA on this console, but it's only partial.
Nice, we need to find more.
I can't use this.
Maybe because we're outside.
The weather out here could dilute any DNA samples.
What about inside that structure? That's where the workers spend most of their time.
Good idea.
Cool.
An Illydian console.
All the managerial technology in the mines is Illydian.
So they can keep an eye on their investment.
That's how it is.
Like, okay, sure. Like, is that really a problem? That much of a problem?
Wow, that is a lot of DNA. I should look for the most concentrated spots. almost looks like coffee. Almost. I'll have some Ractigino when I get back to the ship.
No one's touched it? Okay. Oh, hello. What is this?
If they eat in here, it's likely there's some DNA in the room.
Definitely.
Not concentrated enough. I should try somewhere else.
Okay. What is that? Is that a pickaxe? It's a pickaxe. Primitive, by Starfleet standards, tool for excavating into lithium. Hatari take advantage of their natural high strength to break apart rocks.
Some kind of glowing mineral being used as a light source. Might want one of these for my cabin, actually.
Soldier need not be a dreadnought, only not be evaporated instantly. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But the thing about it is like phasers don't evaporate anything instantly either. So it's like I said, it's because it's impractical. That's. But in certain situations, the Federation absolutely has developed personal force field technology. Like, of course they do.
There's gotta be stable DNA here.
But it's just like with the Empire in Star Wars, right? It's impractical to give everybody Beskar armor, but what is practical is to give everybody like this. That's like the Stormtrooper armor, where it won't protect you from a like dead-on bolt hit, but it absolutely will protect you from a like glancing blow or something like that, so that you'll survive it, stuff like that, and it'll protect you against environmental hazards But one of the reasons is because they can mass produce it. So essentially saying that quantity is a quality of its own, right? Saliva residue is viscous to accommodate their harsh diet. It's 24 cycles in age. Oh, nice. Dental prints. Allowing use of single-pronged utensil. Oh, complete scan.
That's a stable DNA sample. It's only partial, but
I keep forgetting to look up there to complete the scan. Because I figure once you do it, they would just say it.
Leftovers. I should give this a scan.
Yeah, you probably should. Totally. Oh, here's a room. Got in here.
This'll work.
Old deposit reveals a distinct pattern of ridges and valleys consistent with a fingerprint belonging to a Hatari male. Presence of cells, shift down slayer scan indicates recent contact with the surface. Nice, we got one. Saliva consistent with a sudden burst of air from the nose, likely from environmental irritants.
Good.
Sneezed.
That's another I could use. Just need one more sample. Not enough. Gotta keep looking.
So I didn't actually have enough. Nice. It was basically highlighted in green. What is that? Oh, it's just a chromatic effect. Okay.
I can use this.
What do we got? Handprint. Complete scan. We can't scan nothing else. Okay.
Perfect.
Trek
That's
RPG.
enough to make the DNA
yes,
profile. Time to go
or it's
back
not
to
an
the
RPG. It's an adventure game, like a Telltale adventure game kind of deal, but with more gameplay, I guess. Wait, did I get it or not? Got it, right? Did she say we were done?
promising.
Strips of fabric used to cover injuries. Medical device used for administering or withdrawing liquids. Trace amounts of blood detected. Ah, here we go. Clothing, right? Highly absorbent fabric used for cleaning and drying and a variety of other tasks. Contains traces of hair and skin. Notable odor. Modern adventure games are almost like RPGs. Yeah, it feels pretty good. Didn't it say I was done? We get enough?
You're not coming inside?
There are some things I'd rather not smell.
Ah.
Are we done? I think we're done. Yeah, it's been great. It's very immersive, very story driven. I'm loving it, dude. Like, it's good. It's good Trek. I highly recommend it so far. And I don't even know how far I'm into the game, but I'm loving every minute of it. I mean, obviously I can criticize the shit out of it because it's fucking modern day Star Trek, but it's definitely still got the charm. And you can tell these people like Star Trek. It absolutely feels like Star Trek, 100%.
It worked.
Theory proven.
I'll get it started.
Yeah, with the Telltale games, I know.
Ready?
All right, I need to take a break real quick. So I'll be right back after these messages from our screen. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango Hotel. So long as it's got enough Trek in it, yeah, it definitely does. It definitely does. Okay, so I'll be right back. Sorry, I need to take a quick break. Bye-bye. Be right back.
Let's go, baby. Come on, you got this. Yeah, 28 crit, baby. Die, Xenoscum. Oh, my goodness. It don't get much better than that, baby. So we're gonna move you.
I will guide you now.
Lovely. Long watch. He's right there, isn't he? Yeah, he is.
I'm going.
Get it! Get it!
Three left.
Assuming it's an elite boss. Oh my god. He's like running away. Sid just takes the baseball bat sword he's got and just whoosh. And look at that spatter, man. Look at that spatter. Stin, you monster! Look at it.
I'll handle it. Just watch my back.
Die! No! No, Commander Emily! Why? Why would you do this? All right, I made protocol with Traycon. Here we go. Come on, Ray, you got this, baby.
No trickery can save you, Eldar.
Yep. Going for Casey? Yes. Wow.
Alrighty, boys. That's right. We're back. And yes, Suzzy, it does have enough Trek in it. Like from the moment I started playing this game, I felt immersed in the Star Trek universe. And that is like one of the best endorsements for any video game I could possibly imagine. I feel more immersed than when I'm playing like Star Trek Armada, right? You know what I mean? That kind of thing. Because you're not, you're not doing an RTS, you're not doing any of this other shit. You're literally playing a Starfleet officer, making decisions as if you were that Starfleet officer, and performing tasks like you're, a crewman, which Carter is. He's a petty officer. And it's really, really awesome. I love, like, I'm a guy who likes turning wrenches. So if you literally made a game that was like the power washing version of Star Trek, where you're like, calibrating. Sorry, I needed to make sure my thing was good. Like calibrating, the warp coils or stupid shit like that in engineering, I would play that game. Just saying. I'm just saying. If you make it Star Trek enough and make it complicated enough, I will actually play it. Because I literally wanted to be this guy. Technically, it was LaForge, the black guy who's blind. He's the one that inspired me to get into engineering and nuclear power and all that other shit, right? That's why I ended up joining the fucking Navy, was because of Chief Engineer Geordi LaForge. He was my inspiration, right? I wanted to be this guy. That's what I wanted to be. And if you made a game where I get to fucking play that guy, well, I got money. You want my money? Make a game where I play this guy. I want to do his job without all the personal bullshit. I don't want to do any of the fucking duty rosters. I want to turn wrenches. So maybe this guy. maybe a petty officer first class and chief transporter officer or some shit. Miles O'Brien style. Let me cook, man. Let me cook.
I'm a little afraid of what we might find down there.
The meg fixing simulators out there. Yeah, I've seen it.
Survived worse than this.
Well, I haven't. But I'll put my faith in you. For now.
But like I said, this has been a resoundingly good game for me. Like the starships look a bit weird. Like they were made like 15 years ago or something.
Guard at the station. You'll have to hide.
But it's still really good. I really like it. What did she say? Oh, find a place to hide. What I get for ranting and not paying attention.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You watch your tone with me. I'm Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs. I speak for the Queen herself.
This is a restricted area. No one gains access without the approval of Galvin or Sidron.
Wait.
Jues Gawad Apowencha.
Let me go!
Fire all phasers! Bro.
Are you alright?
Bro, did she just kill him?
I don't know.
Are you injured?
No, I thought if I could talk my way through like always, I'd be fine, but... I'm a diplomat. This isn't what I do. I've never even fired a weapon.
But you wanted to go on a clandestine mission.
This is just... It's real now. I wasn't ready for this.
You got this, girl.
Tylus, you can do this.
I don't see what you're basing that on.
All you've shown me so far is an iron-willed determination to save your people. I don't expect that's changed.
No. No, it hasn't. My authority has never been challenged like that. It meant nothing to him.
So we should assume that any Hatari we encounter from here on can't be reasoned with.
Agreed. The only loyalty they have down here is to Galvin and Sidron.
Ah, not loyal to the Queen, are we?
The guard should have a scan card that will allow us to operate the switch.
Oh, how very convenient. Oh, hey, look, there it is.
That's some serious armor.
Conditions in the mines are harsh, even for Hotari.
Take the disruptor.
An Illydian disruptor.
I assume the miners took weapons from the Illydians before they fled the mines.
That explains some of how the uprising happened, but not enough.
Should we take it with us?
Yes!
No. My phaser is more efficient. Unless you want it.
Oh no. Weapons aren't my thing.
A phaser is more efficient. Bro, you have a fucking hand phaser. There is a disruptor rifle sitting on the fucking ground. Like, I get the fact you're more familiar with the phaser. But... Extreme prejudice, yeah, I know, right? It's just, like, that's the thing. It's like, yeah, maybe you want to use your phaser. But you should still at least take it with you. Just in case.
Got it.
Having a backup weapon is better than not having a backup weapon, am I right?
He's not dead, is he?
Nah, she just stunned his ass.
He's still one of my people, and I didn't come here to take Hotari lives.
My phaser's set to stun. He'll be perfectly fine, just unconscious for a while.
I see. We don't have that sort of technology on our weapons.
Good to know.
It does make being a totalitarian asshole a lot easier when you can just stun people and you don't have to kill them. Yep. It does. Anybody recall Star Wars? I recall Star Wars. Oh, dude. Very first fucking movie, they stunned Princess Leia. Stun her ass! Ultra stupid sci-fi shit. Well, it sucks that you can
The
see
energy
this
readings
so well.
are emanating from
Need to do
this
something
tunnel.
about it.
It's sure to be guarded in there. Stay low and follow my lead.
Yeah, that's usually because what I think you're missing what I'm trying to put down here is that because quite a few totalitarian assholes tend to be how should I put this? Motivated by other things. So they end up not caring about lives or killing people, and they don't care about the consequences of causing a disruption among their population. But let's say you're an actual smart dictator and you want to maintain power, like, I don't know, the Chinese. Their dictators are relatively smart because they do things that, while they do a lot of stupid shit, just like all totalitarians do, from my perspective, it appears that they try to be efficient. They're not gonna just mass slaughter people unless they absolutely have to. It would be much more efficient to put them down, like stun them, for instance, or get them, or put them down some other way that's non-lethal, and then cover it up with propaganda and let nobody ever hear about it, make them disappear, right? And then eventually you can brainwash them and put them back out into society, and then they can speak the praises of the fucking of the party for the rest of their lives, right? Fucking Orwell style from 1984. Advent used to deploy non-lethal stun units at protests. You don't see a whole load of that anymore. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's literally a line from there. And that's true, but let's say you're not just a totalitarian because you like killing people and you're a psycho. Let's say you're a totalitarian because you want to be the beneficent fucking king, right? You want to be the philosopher king, but that kind of thing, right? So you can have other delusions of grandeur.
Is that all dilithium?
Not all of it. We excavate large chunks of rock that contain varying amounts of dilithium ore. It's sorted and processed at the collector ship above.
And so, like I said, it makes it's easier to cover up having a bunch of people immobilized or stunned or something like that, and having them go to prison than it is to murder them all. Because then their families never see them again, right? But that way you can parade the ones that want to cooperate out in front of the public, and they can be like, "Oh yeah, the Communist Party has taken me. You know, I was being a bad boy. They take me to get educated, and now I'm back in the fold. I'm ready to do the right thing. You'd be surprised how effective that shit is. Because if you mass murder people, you can cause such a fucking flop swing that it's not even funny. Like, you could turn an entire population against you if you do that. Especially if you do it too much. You push people to the breaking point until they snap. It's a lot easier to get comfortable with soft totalitarianism than it is with hard totalitarianism.
Take it as a sign we're getting close.
I'll get a closer look.
Because, yeah, you might not have freedom, but if you can do most of the things you used to be able to do, and it's just oh so slightly different, you'd be surprised how easy you'd be able to
improvised a barrier.
be able to get used to it.
Yes, we must be getting closer.
And how willingly people would fall in line for it, too, because it gives them security and safety. And doesn't overly interfere with their lives. What do we got here?
We need that particular card, don't we?
I'm afraid so.
We don't have time to wait for them to finish whatever they're doing. We'll have to try to keep low and sneak past them.
I'm starting to see the utility of a phaser.
I wouldn't stand a chance against all three of them.
Might if you had a goddamn disruptor rifle. Just saying, bro. And if you take 3 people by surprise, like, what is she talking about? That makes... Oh, it's because they're so spread out. Never mind. Disregard. I'm being a dumbass. She's right. Can I back out of this? Ah, here we go.
Can you open that door?
Not without that scan card.
I don't like our options here. I have to get us that card so we can open the door.
How? If they detect you, Galvin and Sidron's followers are clearly willing to kill to protect whatever's in this mine.
Hey, I'm trained for this. I'll be fine.
What should I do?
Avoid being seen. Stick to the edge of the room and meet me at the door.
Because it really is one of those things I was like, but you could program the phaser to fire at multiple targets at any given time, but they all have to be, like, basically standing in front of the phased array, right? So you'd have to be able to directly in front of you. And the moment she shoots one, the other 2 are going to be alerted, right? So during a stealth sequence, lovely stealth scenes. Enemies, if alerted, will hunt you down and try to catch you. If you are caught, the mission has failed. Enemies can see you if they are looking your direction. Stay crouched with control and avoid their line of sight. You can use the shift key to sneak faster. Okay, sprint crouching. If an enemy sees you, a box will appear. If it fills up all the way, you will be caught. Get out of sight quickly to lose their attention. Enemies will take predictable paths, watch them, and learn the patrol patterns to find and move around them safely. Certain locations will be interaction points that will distract guards. Ooh. Use these to draw the guard to that location. This may open up a path they were guarding. Awesome. Okay. There he is.
I get all the grunt work.
Hey, dude bro over there. So he just walks back and forth? That's it? Felt like my screen was red there for a second.
I wish the Illyrians would come back. I need the target practice.
I guess it's because I'm close to him.
It's coming along. Are we sure the Illyrians won't try something else? They saw it. Resolved. They're terrified. The plan is complete.
Okay. We're good. We're good.
Almost complete.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the screen turns red because I'm so close. Yeah, look. When he walks away, yeah. Does he go from each individual one? Is that his patrol pattern? Does look like it.
I can taste our victory. Good. Good.
That other guy just stands there. Oh, did you see that? He changed the pattern up a little bit. He went from that one to that one. Ooh, yeah, you almost got me on there. My fleet senses tingling. Yeah, right. Hey, well, that was interesting.
Anyone who prevents our destiny shall be eliminated.
Okay, let's see what he does.
It's just a
Okay, he comes back to that one.
Process.
For real? He heard that? Oh, that's not good. Oh shit, this is not good at all.
How long is Galvin going to make us wait? I'm not worried. He's let us well so far.
I'd melt if I went through there. Keep moving.
So long. Patience, brother. We'll get our chance. It's inevitable.
Holding control, that was the problem. My keys are stuck. There we go. I was holding control and I actually went to the other computer. Whoops. Okay, that looks like the way out. It is. And I do love how it's like a storybook adventure. I'm really liking it a lot. Like you get to you have to like, you know, do inputs to like turn the mechanisms and all that other stuff. It makes it feel like more visceral. It is like stupid QRT busy work, but for some reason it feels right. You know what I mean? Feels really good. I'm taking it they didn't hear the door, huh?
Stay close.
Stop!
What?
Motion sensors.
Shit.
They'll trigger an alarm. We'll be found.
Invisible to the naked eye.
They could be anywhere. How will we get through?
I love how it's like invisible to the naked eye, right? Uh-huh. My ass. Out of range. I tried to jump. Oh my god, I tried to jump. Out of range. It is kind of funky that you can actually see them without the tricorder. I don't know why they did that. Alright, I think we're... good to go here. Can I scan that thing? I can't even scan it. Like, maybe just... kind of weird. You're saying, there it is. Yeah, it turned them purple. Avoid intersecting the beam's path. Okay, it's because I was... Could I have scanned the beam at any time? Maybe that's what I should have done. I tried to do that, but it didn't look like I could. Yeah, I don't know. I guess they did that because people were still running into them. The easiest way to do this would just be to make it to where you can pull the tricorder out a little bit so you can hold it out in front of you instead of being so close to the screen. Where's that one at? Is it like on the table? No, it's on the other side of it. Almost missed it. Look at that. Okay. Other one? Yes. Looks like I need to go through here. It's like one of these things. It's like if I lived in the Star Trek universe and I were a Starfleet officer, I would absolutely put in for a requisition to get one of those fucking eyes that Geordi has, so that I could literally interface my tricorder and I could use its scanner, and it would just appear in my eyeballs. Also, the thing about it is they should have like heads-up displays so you could wear like a small glasses frame and literally be able to see what your tricorder is scanning and control it with your eyes. That they have that technology. They do have the ability to make that technology. That's how advanced they are. Who the hell designed the security system? I know it's supposed to be invisible to the naked eye, but I guess they turned it on because people were having a hard time with it. Because the way the tricorder is kind of janky. What I really think it should be is that you should be able to see them once you scan them, right? Because that way your tricorder is like putting like pings into the air or something. No, it's a dead body. Hey, sex, yeah. And why would you ever lead a route through it? Well, that way you don't have to activate it and deactivate it every time someone goes through, if there's a specific path through it.
It's where the uprising started.
You got to remember, if you're the Hotari, most people have almost no access to that kind of scanning technology, and you're really just trying to keep your own people out for the most part, right? So you don't need something that could combat Federation level scanning technology.
Hotari don't do this. We defend ourselves, but we don't kill on this scale, this level of savagery.
There's no such thing as a bloodless rebellion.
I don't know if we should keep going. So much death. I don't want to end up like them.
We'll make sure they didn't die for nothing. What we learn here could save the rest of your people.
Okay.
Their sacrifice saves your people, so be it.
Whatever happened here, it made the Illydians abandon the mines. Let's find out what they're so scared of.
Wow, look at that thing! Whoa, of course there's dead bodies everywhere, and I'm staring at the piece of tech in the fucking background, right? Of course, because this is fucking Tango we're talking about. I'm pretty sure that's a drill. I'm pretty sure that's what that is. And it looks fucking cool is what it does. Like disruptor rifles, bro. Just like Put them in your little transporter buffer that you got for all your guns.
The Hotari fortified the side of the room opposite the door. It's a good tactic.
That really would work, by the way.
A few crates aren't going to stop fully armed Elydian soldiers. How did they win?
That's a good point. How did they win?
Hotari. And Elydian. Both sides took a beating.
Huh. Maybe it wasn't the Hotari that killed all the Elydians. Corpses are a dime a dozen, but fancy tech, rare. How is it that you understand me so well? Oh my goodness. It's because we're so desensitized to corpses in video games, because like every video game, with the exception of, like, this is an exception to most video games where the point is not to go around and kill people, right?
Is this the effects of an Elydian disruptor?
Yes.
Disruptors are cruel weapons.
This has definitely given me more ideas for the game that I want to make in my head, whether it ever comes to fruition or not. Because I want to make a, because it made me think of making a shooter in Star Trek, right? And it's like, that's why Star Trek Elite Force 2, you literally, it's the game is mostly about shooting people, even though it's a Star Trek game.
These crystalline particles, they're not dilithium. Are they common in the mines?
Not that I've ever seen.
So if you made like an extraction shooter that was about salvaging from a graveyard, a ship graveyard, where you have to fight off pirates and all kinds of other shit, that could be interesting to have the ability to have puzzles on the levels that could only be solved with advanced scanning equipment. So you need to either be spec'd in or have really good equipment that can scan such, right? Because most people don't have access to tricorders, right? Tricorders are not ubiquitous. Tricorders are extremely high-tech Starfleet technology. So even the other powers scanning technology is not nearly as good as most Federation tech that you can get in a fucking tricorder, right? It is extremely high-tech compared to everybody else. So for the vast majority of species out there, they can't do what the Federation can do with all the stuff unless they're like super elite, you know, spec ops teams for like the Romulans and the Klingons and shit. Because that's the only people that have access to that kind of stuff, as far as like everyday life. But you know, they literally hand these motherfuckers out on starships, right?
From the blast marks, it looks like the Elydians had far greater firepower.
I think the Ferengi might be one of the few that rival the Federation in scanning technology simply because they bought it. If I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong on that. That might be something from the books or some shit like that.
Footprints. Elydian boots.
Huh.
Running back the way we came.
They were trying to escape, right? Whoa.
Tylus. What kind of weapon did this?
This is like nothing I've ever seen or heard of. My people don't have a weapon that does this.
What else can you tell me?
In my tricorder.
This Elydian tried to run.
They didn't let him.
Can I scan these fools? All right, boys. Unfortunately, I hate to do this right in the middle of this thing, but I have to go. I have commitments, and I need to make them. So, thank you guys for being here. It's been an absolutely amazing fucking stream. Not only do we play an absolutely amazing game, but the conversation is so above board, I can't even tell you how happy I am about it. Thank you guys for being here. I very much appreciate your participation, being here, staying here, watching me, talking to me. All about Star Trek. You see the smile on my face, right? It's been a good day. So thank you, my dudes. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. I'll see you boys next time. Hopefully, we'll be starting at the correct time tomorrow morning if I just get my ass out of bed, all right? So until then, get around, boys. Peace out.